Evening, everyone. We are back at Meydan Racecourse for the 24-25 season. We've got 4 key race nights for you, as you should know by now, following the pattern of last year. We've got Festive Friday, Fashion Friday, then we've got Super Saturday and Dubai World Cup night itself. It seems an awfully long way in early April, but it will go very, very quickly. We'll have some of the leading horses early on in the season, as is the nature of the spruced up Dubai World Cup Carnival. And tonight is no different. Here's racecourse commentator Pat Comerford with some of the key contenders.
Tonight, a return to Meydan for the first meeting of the season. Can Book Review, off the top rating of 93, carry the 62.5 kilos to victory under Javier Ziani? We head across to the following race, Morning. He's certainly a horse that can fire here at the track. Tygo O'Shea combines with Bupat Seema, looking to get on for his first win of the season tonight at Meydan. And Michael Costa saddles up numerous runners, a few scratchings from the yard, but Alzim returns to the track here. He is a Meydan winner in the past, but comes off a long break. Let's have a look at the schedule for the evening. A field of 7 races for us, kicking off with a PA handicap over the 1400 metres. We then head to the thoroughbred races. A Maiden over 1400. The Emirates.com handicap over 1900 is our staying contest for the evening. Over the 6 furlongs in the 4th event for the Emirates Airline, followed by a mile event. The 1400 metre Maiden in the 6th event on the card, and wrapping it up over the mile with the Emirates Sky Cargo. All 7 races to be run on the dirt. Here's our non-runners. As we mentioned, Michael Costa with a few runners not taking their place this evening. Race 2, number 5, La Yatel, his stablemate in Rami, will not take his place. Race 3, number 3, Wessel comes out. Race 3, number 12, Sendid. Race 4, number 4, Kalbarg. Race 5, number 5, Macfowl. And race 7, number 9, Welcome Dream. His Middle East debut will be slightly delayed.
Hello everyone, welcome out. Paddock side then, as we build up to the first night of racing for the 24-25 season at Meydan. We've had some meetings around the place so far, and Pat Comerford, racecourse commentator out here, has been to all of them. Welcome back to Meydan, first of all, and to Dubai. Any notable differences for you or for racing in the 24-25 season?
Yeah, great to be with you, Tom. Thank you very much. It's a slightly different start to the season that we've had in recent years. And for any year for that matter, for the commentator, in the fact that we've ended up getting out here about 5 weeks before the season started. That was because the Emirates Racing Authority had decided that they were going to kick off with unraced trials for juvenile horses, just to get that tick of approval before they come to the races, which is a little different. It's a little bit warmer getting out here that part of the year. It certainly hadn't cooled down by that point, but look, it has given us a chance to have a bit better of a line on some of these horses in these weeks coming out. And race 2 specifically tonight, we've got a lot of unraced horses, but it's given us a good chance to figure out how potentially these will unfold in their debut runs.
Well, we've just seen with you that there's a good few nons here, and a lot of them in the yellow as well, and Michael Costa horses. Is there any reason into that?
No, not really. Look, I spoke with Michael the other day. There's a couple of races that I think look better targets for those runners down the track. We know that they had great success in the debut meeting at Jebel Ali, and I think he might see that there could be some better opportunities for them down the track. But, you know, again, get in and see what sort of barrier they draw and how they figure in the race. Unfortunately, some of those will go to races a little bit further on, which does deplete the fields a little bit tonight. But there are some genuine excuses for a couple, La Yatel in particular, who just the bloods probably weren't at the at an all-time 100% like they wanted them to, and as a result, if the trainer determines that the horse, from a bloods perspective, isn't at its peak to race, then we're not going to waste a debut run, are you?
Yeah, well, he had picked him originally, so keep La Yatel in that tracker. Aussie insider info, you got to watch it. Race number 1 is the purebred Arabian contest. We're over 1,400 metres here, or 7 furlongs if you like. They got that in the programme now, 1,400/7 furlongs. And this is what they look like. Excuse me, Nadia de Loop Namrood, Yasmin Zor, Alf Yabarin. Cameron Bear, Majdi Amman with the beer, Kanyada Faust, Al Momiyaz, Burning Crescent and Leith. Those are your 12 going to post in here. And I thought this was a tough start. It was between the 1 and 2 for me. Yeah. I went 1, you went 2.
Yeah, I went 2.
Simple. Well, go on. Why Namrood?
Oh, just look, he was, I guess, a little flat in a crucial part of his last start. He's already had a run this season, which is a great thing to see. But he was just a little flat when he needed to pick up, and I think he'll come through that run well. He'll be better for it. I mean, Masaba Al-Mahiri's Arabians are going fantastic so far this year. They've already been able to pick up a couple of winners. So hopefully Namrood can continue. And look, you get no loss in regards to confidence with Daniel Tudhope jumping on board. He's really hit the ground running this season so far. Look, to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't have Nadia Deloop for second. I thought it was a race between Namrood and Karambar. They were my 2. But look, I stuck with Namrood in saying that Nadia Deloop's not without a hope.
No, obviously she's fresh here. She has gone well fresh in the past. Rated the same as Namrood, so there's no difference at the weights for 60 kilos. Ray Dawson on board, got a good draw in 3 to go out and attack, and they've got a lot of time to sort themselves out down the back with the 7 furlong start here. But she's largely pretty consistent across both surfaces, so I thought she had a pretty good chance, Nadia Deloop. But yeah, it was pretty tough, and as we will build through the Arabian races as we go through the season, and we always kick off with them, but they tend to be, or they can be quite top-heavy quality-wise as well. So we get into the group races quite early, I think.
Yeah, they are. And look, and you really find that, most importantly, last season we did see some certain stables really have great success here at Meydan. It is a big track for these horses. So
and there were some notably who were quiet this time last year.
For sure, exactly right. So look, we'll be excited to see how they fire over the next few weeks here. Slow start for a stable who we don't see any runners here tonight. Dr. Jabba Batar from Abu Dhabi. They had numerous winners on the Meydan season last year. So that's a stable we'll follow with a bit of intrigue when they start bringing their horses here in a few weeks.
Okay, race number 2 is the Emirates Holidays Maiden over 1,400 metres. It's for thoroughbreds. This is the race where there's been some key trials. I think your suggestion was that La Yatal, who is out, was one of the top trial horses. So Harmony would be another obvious one, I thought, based upon that trial performance for Connor Beasley, Ahmad bin Hamash. This is how they shape up, incidentally. Obviously, we've got some nons in here, which is well worth paying attention to. So Harmony coming out of 2, I guess will try and dominate under Connor Beasley. But yeah, he was pretty good in his trial.
He was. And most notably performed there where probably wasn't asked for too much late in the piece. He was quite quiet up there and seemed to take up the hill quite well at Jebel Ali in that trial. I think Ahmad bin Hamish has been pretty adamant that this probably is the 2-year-old of the lot in his barn that probably has the most upside. So they decided to send Dark Saffron to the races at Jebel Ali, but save Sir Harmony for this race here this evening. So there's a good deal of confidence there. Sir Harmony, not a horse that's had a look around here in a trial. Diamond Dealer on the other side has. That could be something that plays in his favour as well, the 4 Diamond Dealer for Bhupat Seema. He was only in a 2-horse trial, but was notably impressive there as well. But look, I'll stick with Sir Harmony. I think that there's a fair bit under the hood there. We haven't seen it yet because, again, Connor Beasley didn't really ask the horse to do any more than he needed to, but it was a good performance and in good time up the hill as well. So hopefully he can translate that to Meydan here and kick off with a debut win.
First of the handicaps is race number 3, Emirates.com handicap, 1,900 metres on the dirt. They basically go once around the track here. They start just beyond the gates. Beyond the finishing post. That's where the gates will be. That is who you've got in there. Some notable ones take out Wessel, of course, doesn't go. And so that's your 7 of the first 8 in there. And then you've got the likes of Perfect Balance, Sakara King, Lions Mane, and Sindid, who doesn't go. So that's another non in the His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum colours. Arabian Tail, let's have a look. This is my on-top selection. I think just profile-wise, this is a Dubawi, second full season out here. I think is the type of horse just to progress now. Tiger Shea on board for Bhupat Seema. Had to be tough here in beating Sakara King. Lions Mane was back in 6. I thought I thought he was the most solid option. I could have picked 4 or 5 in here, but I thought he was pretty solid. I think he will kick on this year. Obviously, you never know where they are first start of the season, but I thought he'd go pretty well.
Look, he's just one of those bread and butter horses for Bupat, isn't he? We saw him race at multiple venues over the season last year. We saw him on the grass as well at Abu Dhabi on numerous occasions. I think he's a horse that draws well here tonight. Provided he's forward enough, he should be finding himself running a decent race here. I sided with Sakara King, though, here, just from how the horse fired fresh last season. Doug Watson, I'd say, will have this horse pretty spot on here for tonight. He gets in well at the weights here with 56.5, and Pat Dobbs jumps on board. So, look, I think Sakara King, for how the horse went early in his campaign last season, that was enough for me to steer his way.
We're over 6 furlongs, or 1,200 metres for the next contest on the dirt. This is the Emirates Airline Handicap, and some pretty well-known established horses out here contesting this. Obviously, Morning is one of those, Meshakel, Fulcrum of Arabia. Cubbuck doesn't go. You've got Magic Petition Kanjar, Mojer, could have a good season this year. Mr. Cafu, just a 4-year-old Mojer. And then a couple more in there in the form of Mortog and Swindon. Morning is the horse we're going to have a look at, who's got some form up in grade. This was a third in the Mahab al-Shamal. That was back on the 2nd of March. Beats Meshakal and Kanjar, finishing back in third. But obviously back into a handicap. Needs respect. Has gone well fresh in the past. And again, if the Bupat Seamar horses are ready first up, it'll go pretty well.
Yeah, he will. He is a very just a grinder in regards to sort of how he races. He sticks on very well, and look, he's comes into this with a pretty commanding rating over a few of these. He's 5 rating points clear of the next horse here, coming in off a rating of 100. So he does have to lug the 62 kilos, and with Tiger Shea on board, that's a fair bit of lead in the bag, in the saddle, in the bags, that's for sure, because he's not the biggest rider in the room. 62 kilos is a big weight, but I mean, as you said, he's performed in better races, better grades than this, and as a result, we should see him coming back and being quite competitive here. I leant towards the way of the speed horses in this event. I particularly went with Meshakal, just because if he jumps and gets his own way up in front, he's a very hard horse to run past. As we saw in that event there, he didn't get the race shape to his liking, and as a result, it was a little bit tough for him in the piece. And look, I haven't got him on top, but I also found a little place for Falcon of Arabia in that reason as well. Just if there's a horse that can give them the slip up in front here, it may make it a little tougher for these horses to run in, to be running them down. And with Kalbarg coming out, that's one less leader that they have to worry about, those two in 2 Meshakal and 3 Falcon of Arabia. So there's speed, but not as many trying to find that top position.
I hoped Mr. Cafu would come out of 10 and just slot and just sit a couple wide, just on the heels of the leaders, and have a good sit. And I thought Mr. Cafu, who's largely very consistent, goes fresh, would go pretty well. Race number 5 is another handicap. We're over the mile here, so remember we start just in the chute over to your right, go into a little bend straight away. Can be a bad thing to be drawn wide, but we'll see. 1,600 metres for this contest. Again, some notable names in here. The likes of Everfast. The Great Collection is in there. Courtier for Julio Losquaga, and take out your Math Cool, who doesn't go. You've got number 9 Imperial Emperor, Street Mood, real favourite out here, and off the pace dirt horse, but and can cut it on the turf as well. But some pretty popular horses out here. Everfast is one of those. This is the Bergner finishing ahead of Al Jadaf, who's my selection, and the Great Collection as well. Wouldn't surprise me if the Great Collection would have gone pretty well, to be honest. Who did you like, Pat?
Well, look, form around this horse here in Laurel River is good form, that's for sure.
What did Laurel River do? Did he do anything after this?
Yeah, he's pretty, yeah.
Did he do anything?
I think his rating's not too bad.
They put him away after this. It's not like he bolted up in the big one. Go on.
Look, he's good form to have around, but look, I think you're going to have to look at this race depending on how the track is playing. I mean, if we're getting horses running on from the back here, I very much favour a runner in my top pick in Courtier, who was, as a Southern Hemisphere bred, was carrying 4.5 kilograms more than the likes of, Mendelssohn Bay, Killer Collect, and even Yatel for Michael Costa, who was, well, unfortunately, until he sort of went a little sore, he wasn't part of the UAE 2000 Guineas. But some nice 3-year-olds there, and he was holding his own, having to carry that heavier weight. He comes into this now as a 4-year-old. He gets on level weights, and if they do go hard up in front and they are able to run on from the back, I think Courtier will be giving a sight from last. But I do like the fact, and I'll let you talk about your top selection, I do like the fact that you have this particular horse on top, because he is a horse that fired early in the year, and I think he was a great money spinner for Ahmed bin Hamish.
Yeah, that's my angle in, really, is that this is the time for Al Jadaf. He goes fresh. He kicked on nicely early last year and then just couldn't quite cut it up in grade. I've realised, I hope Connor Beasley has a good night. Sorry, Connor. Three on top selections for you.
That's a kiss of death. That's a kiss
really
of death.
Bad. I think I did it first night last year as well, and interviewed him before the race.
Well, that's all right. He had a good start to the year last year, so that was...
I'm obviously his good luck charm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Al Jadaf, I think this is, as I say, the time to catch him. I think he goes well this time of year. He'll get a nice sit in the race, goes fresh, very consistent in this sort of company.
If you're looking for a horse to find the slot and they aren't running on, he's a horse that's going to get every favour in this run. So, yeah, I'd say Al Jadaf is one that will be in the race, and you won't be, like Courtier, you won't be holding your breath hoping he's able to round up all of them from last. So, yeah.
There is less to go on in race number 6 as regards to form. It's another maiden contest, and this is how they line up. Yeah, I mean, first things first, Algernon is the one of the older boys in here. Arsad as well, Chef de Party Ironside. And then you come to horses that we know a good bit less about. The likes of Gaboul would be one of those who we haven't seen. So too Al Sayel. Gaboul is number 10. We've got a couple of 3-year-olds in there as well. A couple more 3-year-olds in there. No form that we're officially going to look at. Look, let's start with the Costa horses in here, because I'll be honest, my starting point was Ben Cohen's riding Gaboul, and therefore he's the one. But maybe that's not the case.
Well, I don't know. There's cases you can make for both of them. Al Sayel's been around the track here. He was laid in on the final part of a trial at Meydan, and it sort of, I guess, hindered him a little bit in his ability to run through the line. In saying that, James Orman nursed him around the track, and he did everything that is required of a horse, I guess, you know, in that sort of tick-over trial heading to their first run. Gaboul, on the other hand, trialled at Jebel Ali. He comes out here this evening. He is a horse that has ability, and he's seen Meydan as well. They brought him out here on Tuesday morning for a look around, and he's very forward for this. So I think both of the Costa runners have a chance in this event and probably headline the event. It's not the strongest contest. I lent to Gaboul, though, just because I think he will be a little bit more forward for this race. The worry is the wide draws. I mean, the barriers came out for this. Yeah, the barriers came out for this, and I thought my 3 main hopes were Gaboul, Al Sayel, and Million Doro, and they've drawn 12, 13, and 15. Like, it just makes it impossible to be, I guess, tipping them with any confidence. But I think from an ability perspective, I think I'm going to stick with the 10 here, Gaboul. I like the fact that you're with him as well. I think he's a nice
Mine
horse.
was a complete guess.
Yeah, that's all right.
Like, genuine guess.
Well, that's all right.
Like,
Good
pin in a piece of
good
paper.
To have support. Good to have support on the side as well. But Gaboul for me, if he can get out, if Cohen can get him out of the gates, that's going to be the big thing, and put him into a nice spot, and he's not 3 or 4 deep. If he's there, his chances are toast. But it's all going to come down to where they slot in.
My hope was that a newcomer would be better than what we've seen already, but that's positive thinking. Maybe it's not realistic. Race number 7, 1,600 metres for the Emirates Sky Cargo Handicap. And again, horses we've seen a little bit of out here already. There's your first 8 lining up. Izaj would probably have a pretty good chance. Al Maroon had a decent enough year last year. We've got a notable non in there, which is Welcome Dream. That was an early one. We're going to have a look at a couple in here. So let's start first of all. Izaj finishing second. This was back in February. Chief Scribe Nature Watch were also in here. What do you make of Izaj's chances?
This is the form race of the whole event, in my opinion. It's a non-winners race. It's a maiden, but he ran a solid time here against Naya, which I think if you go into the times of some of these runners in the race, if he can replicate this, I know this was deeper into the preparation, he had sort of had 2 or 3 runs by this point, but if he can replicate that from a times perspective, it puts him right into this race. He's just got to navigate gate 14 here, does Connor Beasley. And again, it's a horrible spot to be in if you don't jump. If you're half a stride slow, how much energy are you going to have to use to find a forward?
Is that your selection?
Izaj is my pick. Okay. I think he's
Connor, I'm so sorry about tonight.
He's a maiden in this race, but again, that maiden form has held up. There's been subsequent winners out of it, and I think as I said, from a times perspective and a ratings perspective, if he can replicate that, he blows a lot of these away. It's not a very deep race, put it that way.
I just worry. I like the horse. 14 over the mile, I think is just tricky. Makes life very, very difficult, but not impossible necessarily.
And he has to go forward. He can't be ridden cold.
That's a good thing because that at least.
So I mean, if he's a step slow, that's curtains for him. That's the only worry.
I like Al Maroom and wanted to see the horse finishing second. We've already touched on Al Jadaf, who runs earlier on the card. Also in this contest is Maputo. I felt that this might be the time to catch her. She is having her first start of the season. Pat Cosgrave on board for Bupat Simar. I think this is her distance. She's gone well over the 7 as well. I don't think she'll be too far away. She's drawn well in 6. Hopefully I've gone for a lot of sort of track horses tonight, as in on the speed but not maybe bang on it and just sit off them. I felt that was the safest way to play it. I certainly didn't want to go for any hold-up types, given that we don't know how it's riding. So Al Maroom for me, just on a consistency, and has got decent enough form, fresh, and I like that Al Jadaf form as well, clearly, who I've gone for earlier on. So Al Maroom was my selection. There we go. Hopefully, between us, we've got a few, but it's night one.
Hopefully Connor Beasley rides a couple.
No, please. Who have you got? Go on, run through yours, Pat.
All right, let's go through the plays for tonight. Namrood for Daniel Tudhope in the first. Sir Harmony, hopefully opening the account for Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley. Sakara King for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. Meshakal for Salim bin Gadaya and Bernardo Pinheiro. Courtier will hopefully see him come from last if they are making ground. Sandro Piver picks up the ride for Julio Olajuara. Garbul, Ben Cohen for Michael Costa, and Connor Beasley in the last with Izaj hoping to open the account.
And these are mine. We agree with Sir Harmony. That's because of some nons in that. Nadir Deloop, Arabian Tell, Mr. Cafu, so consistent. Al Jadaf, the time to catch him. Gabul, because I'd seen Pat had gone for it, and Al Maroom. Those are my 7. Simple. Thanks for sharing your selections.
Pleasure. No worries at all.
You're just that kind of guy, aren't you? And the good thing is we're not competitive with our selections. We always do a commentator against the presenters who come out. Last year, obviously, Rishi Prasad and Nick Lightfoot let the presenters down massively on selections. But
otherwise, you and Anthony Dunkley were carrying the team.
We were relentless on the front end. But yeah, it's good fun, isn't it? It's great to be back.
Good. No, it's very good. It's good to be back. And look, the weather's beautiful now. It's really started to cool down the last week or so. So perfect time to be kicking off Friday night racing here at Meydan. And looking forward to all 7 races kicking off at 5:15.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll hear from us shortly. Pat will be up in the commentary box soon enough, and we'll be grabbing one of the leading riders pre-race, then heading up to the new saddling area up there. Sylvester de Souza, welcome back to Dubai. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Yeah. So
Easy enough decision to come back out here, link up with Musaba?
yeah, absolutely. And he's you know, he had a good relationship in the past, and so you know, he gave me a call to come over, and here I am.
From the last time you were out here for a proper season, do you feel different? Does it feel different racing out here?
Yeah, it's a big change. You know, the cities change every day, and the race course as well is a new management out there. So it's yeah, it's a big change.
And as far as what you're going to be doing throughout the season, we're going to see you out here. We'll still see you back in the UK regularly, will we?
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, obviously, I still have my connections in England, and as soon as I have a time off here, and I plan to fly across and keep my connections happy.
You must be pretty pleased with how the season went. I mean, you rode a Guineas winner back in the UK, linking up with a horse like Charon. Did it go further than you thought it might? Was it a better season than you thought you might have?
Yes, and always we look to have a good season, but you know, I'm come off like from a layoff, and it's just nice to bump into nice horses, and having a Guineas win and 1,000 Guineas was very special, and Shara come along, and you know, and was a fantastic season.
Well, it's great to have you here. Let's just pick out a couple tonight. What can you tell us about the Maiden, first of all, for Julio? He can hear you. He's just over there for Narato. What are you expecting?
Yeah, Julio's very happy with the horse, and he thinks the horse going to perform very well. He thinks the horse likes the track, and you know, but obviously he's the first time out and here in this place. So, but he's been trained on the track, so we presume for a good race.
And old boy Echo Point a little bit later on for Musaba?
Yeah, I sat on him the other day, and I'm very happy with his work, and I hope for a good show.
What do you think your best chance tonight is?
Well,
I'm putting you on the spot.
yeah, Equal Point I think is going to run very well, and so the horse and the Maiden.
Okay, it's great to have you back. Good luck tonight, Sylvester.
Thank you. Thanks a million.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to a wonderful Kickstarter for the Meydan season. An extra 2 meetings on the back end, so we will have 17 programs from this magnificent venue, and we kick off with a 7-race dirt program, kicking off with the purebred Arabians, who make their way into the yard now. Great card of racing, looking forward to it. Let's head into the yard for race 1. So it is a purebred Arabian event over the nice old distance of 1,400 metres. 0 to 100, and we go with a field of 12. No scratchings. We kick off with our first runner, and that is Nadia Delup. Suleiman Al-Ghunaimi and Ray Dawson combine here with the 5-year-old mare by Serene Delup. First up into this and comes in off the highest rating of 100, joining 2 others off the top rating. So Scrapes in here and Ray Dawson to partner. Number 2 is Namrud, the 7-year-old gelding by Asalda. Masaba El Maheri and Daniel Tudhope combine here. Their first combination together at Meydan this season, but we've seen them combine already on numerous occasions this year and for multiple wins. Great performance at Airline last time out. He was beaten at distance, just got left a little flat-footed there down the straight on the dirt. Heads out in distance and around a corner, which could prove to be a very positive increase. Number 3, Us X-Men Saw. 20 starts for 5 wins and 8 minors. Has its second run for the season, was out at Sharjah, beaten a distance there on that occasion. Also down the straight, gets to head around a corner this time around and comes into this off the top rating of 100. Number 4, AF Yabahan for Mahmoud Hussain. Oscar Chavez to do the riding here on the 7-year-old Entire. First up for the campaign, 56.5 kilograms and draws a little out in 9. Definite winning hope in the race. Karambar just has to overcome the widest draw of 12. Bernardo Pinheiro combines with Muhammad Ali, and Athbar Racing was very much in form when finishing up at the back end of last season, competing in Group 3 and listed company. Although first up, this looks an easier task, comes back to a much more winnable race. Majdi was beaten a neck in his final race of the season last in April of this year, and that was the final meeting of the season. Returns here for Eric Lamartinel and Jules Mobian to partner, looking for its second career win. Yas Racing also saddle up Amar here. Silvestre de Souza does the riding for Majid Al Jahuri, spotting the black distinguishing cap. A 2-time winner from 8 starts, and returns here to the track after going down narrowly to AF Yabahan. That was at Airline, and he faces him here once again today. Muthabir is the next one for Royal Cavalry Oman. Ibrahim Al Hadrami. Connor Beasley with a good book of rides tonight. 1-time winner from 10 starts, draws a little shaky in 11. We'll get a good gauge on how forward this horse is this evening for his first up run. Canal de Fost was a great improver, going from its debut early in the season last time around. We find out 12 months later this runner has been has contested multiple listed and group races, really came through the grades well, and comes back to a nice winnable contest here. Hopefully is as forward first up as we saw 12 months ago. AFL Momiaz, Kaisa Bood, Simon Cock doing the riding here as we welcome him to Dubai for his first night of racing, coming from Singapore. 53 kilograms, a lightweight performer here, a 4-time winner from 33 starts, but on recent form would have to improve dramatically to be figuring here. AA Burning Crescent, Halal Al-Alawi and Richard Mullen combined for the National Stables. Draws midfield in 8. Lightweight here off a rating of 82. Looks slightly outclassed in this event. AF Lath draws 7 here, another lightweight contender here for Tyge O'Shea. He's a 1-time winner from 20 starts. Finds himself in the placings more often than not, but this is a tall order to kick off the campaign. But the lightweight will certainly aid his chances. That's the 12 runners. They make their way through the tunnel and out to the 1400 for race number 1.
fresh out here. Or the excitement of a new season. For the beautiful warm water, the sand, and the beauty. But travel is just about where you go. Time to get there. And choosing my airline.
It's soy point. The food policies.
What a five-time future sky in the ocean.
Half the world's most awarded and invited entertainment certainly helps.
Airline can get more views against this boat.
And I was screaming behind me. Maybe one day all that happens to see like this.
Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world.
But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you will always be certified there.
A warm welcome back to PHI Advertising, to Meydan Racecourse, and our thanks to them supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award again this year. Presenting the award, the CEO at PHI, Ali Issa. Our thanks to him. We'll see him very shortly. The Best Turned Out winner you can see is Anmar, looking really well for this first go of the season. Just a 4-year-old. And well done to the winning groom. There he is. Well done to Mahendra Singh. Congratulations to you, Mahendra. Best Turned Out winner, Mahendra Singh. And horse number 7, Amroot. All right, they're on their way down for our opening contest. That is Late, AF Late. Tiger Shea on board for Ernst Ortel. Remember, this is a handicap for purebred Arabians. This horse is rated 80, a 7-year-old now, so probably achieving his best at this sort of age. Tends to be when they tend to come of age. Distance-wise, makes sense for them to be starting off over this sort of distance, you'd have thought, although it has got form over a little bit shorter. That's we saw when last seen on the turf. That was at Abu Dhabi. We'll come out of stall 7, so not a bad stall to try and get a decent position. That is Caramba, Bernardo Pinheiro riding for Muhammad Ali, rated 93. This horse has the hood on and the tongue tie back as well. Has got form on the dirt. The last success came over the 1600. This is, I would imagine, a starting point for this horse, who's got his rider with his feet out the irons. He's just 4, so he's a rising 5-year-old. He's not well drawn. He could go on to achieve some good things this season. He does probably want to prove that he's quick enough for this distance. I imagine that, you know, this for a lot of them is going to be a starting point, and there could be more to come when he goes up over a little bit further. He's just got a touch warm. You can see that there. And Bernardo looks as though he's got his hands full of bits. As I say, I come out of stall number 12. They do have a while to sort themselves in the back straight, so you can see the stalls are towards the far right of the race course, at the top of the back straight, if you like, so they've got a good run before they make that one turn for home. You've got a couple in here for Majid Al Jahuri, and you've got Yas Racing. You've got horse number 7, Ammar. Sylvester de Souza takes the ride. We spoke to him beforehand. Didn't pick out this horse as one of his leading chances. So this horse for Yas Racing, trained by Majid Al Jahuri, was a winner when last seen at the back end of last year. That was pretty much a career best, just 4. The horse should have a bit of upside here, coming out of stall number 10. And the other one for Yas Racing is Majdi, Eric Lamartinel, the trainer. And Majdi, who is 5, is a son of Mahab, who's tackling 1,400 metres. Ammar, of the 2 owner companions, will probably have a little bit more pace. We saw that last time. This horse could be a horse for a little bit further as the season progresses. But that was a good run over 1,800 at Airline when last seen. You've got Burning Crescent in there, one of the younger horses again. Just a 4-year-old. Talk about the age of these purebred Arabians a lot because, as I say, they're different to thoroughbreds as to when they tend to hit their peak. And 4 is pretty early for a purebred Arabian. It's progressed nicely though, this horse. Rating got up 10 pounds since the middle of last season. And that was a good run 2 starts ago at Alain. Came a bit unstuck at Jebel Ali over 1,200. Not the best drawn on that occasion, but well drawn to attack here out of 8. And Richard Mullen rides for Halal Al-Alawi. Couple of minutes till post time for our first race. What about AF Yabarin for Oscar Chavez and Mahmoud Hussein in those famous colours out here? Nasser Asker, welcome back to Nasser, to Meydan. He's going to have lots of success in these colours, you would imagine, with his purebred Arabians and thoroughbreds this season. Got a really good army to go to war with. This horse put in a good run over 1,400 a couple of starts ago. Wonder if it was a bit quick last time, over 1,000 metres. And Oscar Chavez on board, drawn in 9. Mahmoud holds the track record here. Don't expect that to fall. That's 130.25. That was back 9 seasons ago. But the loading process has started. I'm with Nadia Deloup. Pat is with Namrood. And we'll see how they get on as the loading process is well underway. Pat, all yours.
Thank you very much there, Tom. Looking forward to this as we continue to load away for the opening event here this afternoon.
6-6.
Here comes Nadia Deloup. Loading forward here. AFL Momiaz has taken his place. And the Abahan is the next to load away. Sylvester de Souza will spot the black distinguishing cap here for Ammar. Canal de Fost, first up winner, albeit 12 months ago, was in a maiden. Namrood loading forward for Daniel Tudhope. Majdi comes up into line, and Karamba will be the last one to load away. So field stand well, Muthabir just getting a little edgy out wide, 1,400 metres, we go 7. The first from Meydan for season 24-25, away we go. Muthabir fast away, caught the start well with Nadia Deloup, AFL Momiaz working across to the running rail as they come out of the chute and onto the course proper. Ammar was next, followed by AF Laith, who's tucked up in between runners, working through now to the lead. Deeper out, AF Yabahan's caught 6 deep down the back, followed there by, next in running there was Canal de Fost, then came Yas Mansour from Majdi, Karamba, AA Burning Crescent, the last one. So they make their way inside the 1,000 metres, and up in front taking over now is Ammar, leads by a long neck. The inside in second, Nadia Deloup. AF Yabahan's had to work really hard to find himself up into second now, but continues to progress for Oscar Chavez. Muthavir was next, followed by Namrood, tucked up, getting a good run in the 1-1, followed by AF Laith. Karambar's been no better than 6 deep, already under the stick from Pinero. Majdi comes up and saloons through the inside with AFL Momiaz. Then came Canal de Fost, and the best of the rest was Yas Mansour as they come for home. 450 metres left
left to go in the opener here. Muthabir, the leader, takes over the running now for Connor Beasley, leads by a length, now 2 lengths. AF Yabahan sticking on along with Majdi. AF Laith trying to work through. Namrud drops away. Canal de Foss coming from a long way back. Canal de Foss picking up big time. Muthabir, the leader. Canal de Foss pegging him back here slowly. It's up in front though, working very hard. Muthabir, Canal de Foss continuing. Canal de Foss coming from a long way back, gets to the line and nails him. Just Canal de Foss from a long way back, and Dil Muchachi with his 3rd winner for the season. Muthabir 2nd, crossing over into 3rd, very, very tight across the line for the Miners. It was Nadia Dalut crossing over with AF Late, then came Majdi, Amar, AFL Momayaz. Next over was AF for Yabahan from Yasex Mansour. Karamban was in the cheap seats the whole way. 2nd to last was Namrud, and the last one home, AF Burning Crescent, Canal de Foss. In the shadows of the post, gets the head down. Has it got there? You'd say it has. Very, very tight down to the line. Some run. Canal de Foss coming from a long way back. Dil Muchahi picking up his 3rd winner for the season. And he gets it a short head. Canal de Foss. Numbers across the line, 9, 8, 1 and 6. Margins a short head by 4.5 unofficially. We'll get those confirmed very shortly. Has come from nowhere. Canal de Foss pips Muthabir right in the shadows of the post.
Well, what a race, and the dirt's very much back. It's that sort of race you see on dirt unfolding where one gets loose going into the straight, and Muthabir kicked clear under Connor Beasley and extended. You thought he was going to go and score, but one out the back who gets a clear, uninterrupted run down the middle of the track. That's what you want on the dirt. You don't want your run checked in any way because it's hard to pick up again. But this horse got a nice clear run at it down the outside, and he just got there. I wasn't sure even at this point. A great call from Pat, who picked him up a way out, closing down the wide outside. But you'll see what Sandro Pava does there. That's what you want to do if you can, if you're off it on the dirt, is switch into the straight down the middle so you get one clear uninterrupted go, and the horse just keeps on picking up. And look at, here we know it's not often easy to win from off it, although it does depend how the track's riding. That seemed fair enough. The horse who was in front turning in has kicked clear, Muthabir, but he's just been gunned down late on by Canal de Foss, who's just a 4-year-old, should have plenty more ahead of him this year. Tried Group 3 company on the turf, last couple of starts, but very capable here, and he's shown that, and he's gone on to score for Sandro Pava and Adil Muchahi. And we just grabbed him there. You can see him flying down the wide outside, and he's gone on to run down Muthabir. He's run a really good race. Connor Beasley, what could be a good night for him, Ibrahim Al-Hadrami. And well done to the connections, to Fatin Ahmad Rashad Manazra, bred by Haras de Saint Faust, and now applying his trade out here, and he was incredibly tight on the line. There's the winner. Canal de Faust has got up to score. As far as the top ones in the weights, well, Namrud faded away. Nadia Dalut was next door and didn't find a huge amount. But this horse, one clear run down the wide outside, gets up under Sandro Pava, who we'll hear from very shortly.
Official results for race number 1, the Arabian Adventures. Numbers across the line, 9, 8, 1 and 6. 9, 8, 1 and 6. Margins on the line there was a nose between the winner, the nose. Results there across the line, 9, 8, 1 and 6.
Welcome back in, your first winner of the Meydan season. Ridden by Sandro Pava. Put your hands together for Canal de Foss. Right, our first winner of the night, Connor Beasley, makes his way past us. We'll have a chat with Sandro Paver. Well done to him. And I'm sure that was a lot of fun, Sandro. Well done. Did you think he was going to go and win the race?
Yes, I rode him before and I won as well. But he's very slow from the start, and today he braked very good and traveling good position. We have a little bit traffic on the turn, getting me a lot of time to find my way. So when we went to the straight line, I have to take his out for the traffic, and suddenly he started to pick up the speed and finish very well.
Yeah. When you switched him out, you got one clear go down the outside. Were you confident?
Yeah, he's improved a lot. I just was worried because maybe not going to get in time. If you see, we finished very, very close, but we managed to get the win.
Okay, how are you feeling about the season? What are your hopes for this year, Sandro?
I feel very good. We started very well and already 4 wins so far. So look forward to get more opportunity to get more wins.
Thanks, Sandro. Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight, race 1, 9, 8, 1 and 6. Canal de Fost, your winner. Winner's time, 1:32.79. Margins a nose by 5, 9, 8, 1, 6. Correct weight, race 1.
Well, an excellent first race to kick off the season, won by Canal de Faust. We'll meet the winning trainer very shortly. I'd like to welcome up to make the presentation Ms. Ala Al-Khatib, the Vice President Destination Management. Welcome to the stage, and our thanks to you for presenting the award for the Arabian Adventures Handicap for purebred Arabians. And to collect the prize, well done to the winning owners, Fatin Ahmed Rashad Manazra, and collecting on their behalf of the winning owners, please welcome to the stage the winning trainer, Adil Muchahi. Pretty straightforward. Does he speak English? Okay.
Don't you just love the fresh champagne?
Or the excitement of a new season.
Or the beautiful warm water with sand and your feet. But travel isn't just about where you go. It's how you get there. And choosing right there.
It's soy point. The food points.
What if last time you took back to the meal today?
Half the world's most awarded by entertainment certainly comes.
Emirates green economy. Maybe one day we'll have something like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world.
But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you always be certified by it.
Well, let's hear from the winning trainer, Adil Muchahi. Huge congratulations. You must be delighted. Well done.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Yes, I am very happy. This is first time I'm winning in Meydan, and it's second season on my career, so I can't be more happy than this.
And the season's going...
Already 4 runners and 3 winners, so I'm very happy.
What's the secret?
The secret is credit all go to the owner. He know what to buy, he know the pedigrees, and we talk together, and we decide to choose good races with big percentage to win. So this is what we are doing, and we hope keep going like this.
And it's a young horse to keep on improving, hopefully.
Yes, normally, yes. It's a little shorter for him, but there is no other races. So he's ready, so I think he could do this, and we bring him.
Adil, congratulations. Keep having a good season.
Thank you so much.
Right, it's time, because Faces at the Races is back. 4 winners will be selected after selected races today. But who are we going to choose? I hear on good authority that teeth whitening in the UAE has gone through the roof since we introduced Faces at the Races. And all summer, people have been bleaching their pearly whites. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic white teeth. Give me a smile. I assume you've won. Yes, you have. We've chosen you. You have won the first instalment of tonight's Faces at the Races. You can read about where to go and what you've won in that delightful programme of yours. But huge congratulations. Make sure you go and collect your prize for the first winner of tonight's Faces at the Races. garden. If you're a hospitality ticket holder, you can come to this new saddling garden. You can see it's just behind the magnificent grandstand here, and a chance for you to get really up close and personal to the horses. So it's a great new use of space really out here, because it's a huge saddling area. And look, you're right on the edge of where the horses are saddled. So let's have a closer look at some of them. Make sure you make your way up here if you've got those hospitality tickets to the saddling garden. Number 1 is over to our left, and that is Narato. Narato, who we heard about earlier on from Silvestre de Souza. So the only 3-year-old in here, but it's one of those Southern Hemisphere 3-year-olds. So I think it was born in October, this horse. So obviously before, anywhere between 4 and 6 months before the Northern Hemisphere, the European horses. Bred horses. So Narato, should have a bit of size on some of these, but as a result has to carry more weight, has to carry an extra 4.5 kilos. Silvestre de Souza rides for Julio Olasquaga, who's actually in the middle in there, in the dark suit, just having a look at this horse who looks nice and relaxed. And he's a son of Kentuckian. He's bred for this surface, so that should be absolutely fine. And made a good start to life. That was 110 days ago before coming over here. So taking a step forward for that, could easily be one of the likely ones in here. Awab is behind, that's number 2, who's a newcomer, who is a son of Street Sense. Danny Tudhope rides for Musaba El Mary. He looks nice and relaxed, that's a plus with the cross noseband on. Behind is number 3, that's Diem. We'll just finish up with these. 3 is Diem, who has Ben Cohn on board for Michael Costa. Did have 3 in the race, of course, but has Diem in here. Diamond Dealer is behind for Bupat Seemar. That's horse number 4 coming out of 1. He's a son of Lord Nelson. Looks a nice, strong individual, to be honest. Looks a proper dirt horse. Could have plenty of pace about him as well. And then just at the back here, number 7, that is Sir Harmony, who is a Speightstown who won his trial in good style. Could be the leading 2-year-old light in the yard for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parade ring for race number 2 on the card. It is our 2-year-old race. Very excited, well, 2- and 3-year-old race, I should say. Very excited to get this one underway with most of these, all bar one, having their first ever race day start this evening. Let's have a look at our first horse, the 3-year-old colt, and that is Narato. Silvestre de Souza will ride here for Julio Olajuara. Has had the 1 start for a 2nd. That was in Maiden company overseas at Marinas in Uruguay. It makes its way here to the Middle East for its first run in this region and comes into this as the only 3-year-old here in the field. Does have to carry an extra 4.5 here, being a Southern Hemisphere bred, but does have the race experience on its side. Number 2, Awab here for Daniel Tudhope, Musaba El Mahiri. This one here for Mr. Mustafa Ahmed Tika, the 2-year-old colt by Street Sense. Has had the 1 trial here at Meydan, ran 4th on that occasion. Had a very quiet time of it there in the trial. You'd expect him to improve off that with that trial experience, and hopefully we see him forward enough here for tonight. Number 3 is Dayam. He'll be the sole contender here for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Michael Costa with the one runner here, and Ben Cohen. We welcome him back to the Middle East for his first meeting of the season. He partners this runner here, and will carry this horse at slightly over due to the horse carrying 55 kilos. But Ben Cohen jumps on board here and draws gate number 3. Number 4, Diamond Dealer, the son of Lord Nelson for Mr. Vaibhav Shah. Bhupat Seema doing the training here, and Tygo Shea jumps on board. Was in a 2-horse trial here at Meydan, and seemed to have plenty of natural early speed. So he's a runner that we'd be expecting to utilise the inside draw and find himself in the first couple. Diamond Dealer, another debutant in this field. And last but not least is Sir Harmony, the 2-year-old colt for Mr. Hamdan Sultan Ali Al-Sabusi, Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley. A trialist at Jebel Ali, arguably one of the more star trialists we've seen at Jebel Ali so far this season. Didn't win the trial, but was very safely held in that event, and looks to be a horse that has a bit of an engine under the hood. We'll be interested to see how he is when he's put under pressure this evening, and whether he has the extra gears to be winning this race. Sir Harmony, a major player in this second event.
Sabah, behind you.
Maybe one day all adults will see like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, You always deserve to fly better.
Okay, so the best turned out winner is Awab. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Award. And Awab being led around there by Narayan Singh a few moments ago. Here he is with us now. We can present that award. Well done to Narayan. Thanks to Mr. Ali Issa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. And our thanks to them for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. The winning groom, Narayan Singh. Right, they are on their way down. Just the 5 here, just the 5. So we've got Narato going down, the oldest horse in the field because he's a Southern Hemisphere bred horse. Narato lining up for Julio Losquaga. And stud Guarda del Sur. They brought out a good team again, Julio, this year. A good team of South American bred horses and others as well. And I'm sure he's hoping for a good start to the campaign. Largely very consistent with his runners last year, both young and established horses, and no doubt a strong team to go to war with this season. Narato made an encouraging debut. That was 110 days ago back home, now over here, and looking to build on that. Horse number 2 is Awab. That was the best turned out winner. It's always a good chance to gauge where the horses from the relevant yards are at this time of the season. Some hit the ground running, particularly with their young horses. Some just take a while to come to hand, and we'll see where Musaba is. He made a really good start to the season this time last year, Musaba. Danny Tudhope takes the ride. Welcome to Danny riding out here, and good luck to Awab and Connections running the colours of Mr. Mustafa Ahmed Tika. Talking of Julio Losquaga, I'm going to interrupt. Is that okay? I came to find you, and I found you. I'm very pleased. How are you? I was just saying about how this time of year it's a chance to gauge where the horses are. How strong a team do you feel you have this year, Julio?
Thank you very much. Well, I think the team is looking good. I'm happy the way the horses are going out. And we have some nice runners already, so expecting that today we have a good night also.
What are we expecting with Narato?
I think we'll probably do a really good run.
I mean, he's physically quite an impressive horse. I know he's a bit older than the rest of the field.
Yeah, but he has a nice conformation. He's a really nice horse. He came just 1 month away from Uruguay, and just released the handbrake one time here in Meydan in the mornings, and he went really good. So that's why we entered him on this race.
It's exciting, right? Because you don't really, I guess you don't want to do too much with them before they take to the track. But you know, the signs are obviously encouraging. But it's that not knowing what necessarily to expect with these young horses.
No, exactly. But the information that I got from the team back in Uruguay is that the horse is ready to run. and to run at a good level. So we're just entering him in this race.
Okay. And what about some of the older horses you've got? Obviously, we're seeing Courtier a little bit later on. How do you assess his chances?
Well, Courtier had a really nice summer. Really happy with him. It's a horse that was a little bit unlucky last season. I think he should have won at least one race here, and I expect he will run good also here today.
And as far as some of the other the older horses in the team, the more established horses, who are you looking forward to in particular?
Well, I think one that stands out, as you said, is Courtier. And the other older horses, there is some new ones, some Money, Low Hunter, but those will be later for the season.
Okay, Pat's told me to ask about a horse called Devasa, is that right?
Devasa is a really nice filly. She's on transit now to come here to UAE. And I think she will be a top contender on the fillies division. Okay, is she going to be a 3-year-old next year? Yeah. Okay, so she could hopefully make it into the top races there, Guineas, if she's that good. Exactly. Yeah. That's what we aim for. Okay. Good stuff. Thanks, Helio. Thank you very much.
So runners are starting to load forward here for race number 2. Field of 5 runners. They won't take long to load. Diamond Dealer draws one, showed good speed in the recent Meydan trial. Here's Sir Harmony. Of course, we haven't really seen tested under pressure yet, but caught the eye there under a nice hole up the hill at Jebel Ali a couple of weeks ago. Diam is the next to load forward. As we welcome back Ben Cohen to the Middle East. Here's Narato, the 3-year-old, Southern Hemisphere bred, coming in for career start number 2, and the final runner of the debutantes in Awab is the last to load away. So we go 7 furlongs once again. Field of 5 set to go. Gates crash, away we go. Narato was one of the first to show. Sir Harmony straight up, just over racing a little bit, wanting to go faster than Beasley will allow. Diamond Dealer eventually goes through to lead. A furlong in here by a length and a half. Continuing to over race down the back, something quite terribly was Sir Harmony, but now allowed to let stride just a little bit more. Awab was next from Diam, who's got the leaders back in 3rd, and Narato is now last of the 5. So Diamond Dealer inside the 1,000 metres makes play and travels along well by a length and a tail. 2nd, Sir Harmony finally head down and starts to run along and is no longer fighting the rider. Diam was next from Awab, who's just angling out 3 wide now to begin its run in this tight compact field, and Narato is now still last. So 600 metres and change left to go. Diamond Dealer should have something in the locker. Sir Harmony, how much petrol has he burned in the first half there with his naughty manners? Awab was 3 deep into the final turn. Diam dropping away. Narato was next. Diamond Dealer the leader. Awab starting to present. Sir Harmony wanting to hang in the final stages. Narato probably too far back to make an impression along with Diam as Awab takes over here. Awab in the final stages. He was the best turned out horse on the evening, and Awab's going to career away for a nice win here. Awab by 3 or 4 lengths here from Diamond Dealer, who sticks on into 2nd. Narato 3rd, Diam 4th, and dropping away Sir Harmony. Plenty to learn. Awab a good winner in race number 2. Beats home Diamond Dealer. Photo 3rd, Diam just from Narato, and well, Sir Harmony back to school he goes. He's got plenty to learn after some poor manners all the way through the run. Good run by Awab. Daniel Tudhope picks up another win for the season. He has been able to really hit the ground running this season since arriving here, and has picked up another win for Masaba Al Maheri. Margin will be around sort of 4 or 5 lengths there. Diamond Dealer didn't do much wrong in the race, just didn't have that electric turn of foot at the end, despite being on pace throughout in the early part. And Awab was able to get a suck run in behind them and be too strong in the final stages.
Yeah, great performance. Really nice on there. It didn't go perfectly, but kept out the kickback. I just thought could be called the winner away out, turning in. Danny Tudhope seemed pretty confident in the saddle. He's extended away to win quite nicely. It was a bit back to front from Julio Losquaga's horse, who I think has run with a good bit of credit, but the early part of the race really took its toll, and then he's He's run on quite nicely, so Harmony was green, even though he won a schooling race. It's different, or a trial I should say, it's different when they come under pressure here, out on the track. You still see him running around a touch there. But yeah, nice performance from Awab. Beautifully bred for this surface, by Street Sense. Looks to have been well purchased, and he's, I think he's run out a pretty ready winner. You won't always be able to get away with it doing it like that, but he was too good for these, definitely, and he'll switch on from that out the gates as well. So a nice start to the season for Awab from Musabra Al-Meri with his juveniles. Wonder how strong his team is. It's always a good sign if you're winning these early ones. And Awab has run out a pretty comfortable winner of our opening thoroughbred contest.
Unofficial numbers in race number 2, the Emirates Holidays over 1400, 2, 4, 1 and 3. 2, 4, 1 and 3. Awab, your winner. Unofficial time 124.72. 2, 4, 1 and 3.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think he's good. I think he's good.
Very good.
Vamos, vamos.
Está feo.
I think he's on my
Well, the winner greener coming into the paddock, he was out on the track. Well done to Winning Connections of our first thoroughbred contest ridden by Danny Tudhope. Your hands together and appreciation for Awab.
एक चक्कर दो ओ साइड हां सर बस
Meydan winner for Danny Tudhope on the dirt. Danny, huge congratulations. Welcome out here this year. Just take us through that and how he handled it in the early part of the race, the hot pace.
Yeah, great. You know, I don't think we went very quick early, but he's a lovely horse. He can jump and travel, and he'll get a mile no problem. But he's been training well at home, and it's nice to see him do that on the track.
I thought, turning in, I know you were wide, but you had a nice clear run at it. He seemed to be travelling best. You must have been fairly confident.
Yeah, I think sometimes just keep it nice and smooth. Like I said, we didn't go very quick, so I didn't really want to take back and get too far away. But he was happy. He was comfortable, and he did it nicely.
Is that a good sign, Danny? Do you think that Musaba's 2-year-olds could be in a good place coming into the season, or I know it's a small sample, but is that the feeling?
Yeah, we've got one or two there, very nice. He knows what he's doing, but I think the horses are running well in general, so yeah, good start.
And nice to be out here, I guess. I don't know how many sort of full seasons you've done away before, but I guess not too many, but it's great to have you out here.
Yeah, no, this is my first season, so something different for me. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, look, working hard, but enjoyable.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And that's correct weight, and it has been given here 2, 4, 1 and 3 in numbers in the Emirates Holidays over 1,400 metres. Awab, your winner, the 2, winner's time 124.72, and the margins across the line 5.5 lengths for the winner.
All right, time for the presentation for our first thoroughbred contest. 4 juveniles won by Awab. We'll see a bit of this man tonight. Please welcome to the stage Adil Al-Gate, the Senior Vice President at Commercial Operations Centre. That was the Emirates Holidays Maiden, won by Awab in the colours of Mr. Mustafa Ahmed Tika. And please welcome to the stage, a good start to the year for the winning trainer, Musaba Al-Mahari.
The world's most awarded flight entertainment certainly helps.
extreme economy. Maybe one day all of us will see like this.
Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you desire, you will always be certified there.
Welcome into the other side of the saddling area. You've still got a saddling garden this side, incidentally, so do come and check it out. We'll start with horse number 10. The grey in front of us here, that's Sakara King. Pat Dobbs rides for Doug Watson. He's a son of champion American Pharaoh. Distance-wise, has largely been campaigned over 1600 to 2000. 1900 is I think, exactly what he wants. And he ran really well here in the race won by Arabian Tail. I'll get myself out of the way. Who... yeah, I think that's a good bit of form between Arabian Tail and Sakara King. Arabian Tail taking him on again, and they're a little bit more closely matched at the weights this time around. Behind is number 9, Perfect Balance. Knows how to win out here. I found him a bit frustrating last year. Andrew Slattery rides, another one for Bhupat Seemar, was second win last seen at the back end of April. I mean, that was a good effort. Needs a bit of a setup here. That tends to be his want. Number 11 is going to slot in behind these. That's Lion's Mane, which has become quite popular in our house, that mushroom. I don't know why. Meant to help you focus. And Lion's Mane is the mount of Connor Beasley for Ahmad bin Hamash. Largely campaigned on this sort of surface. 2 from 13 in his career. One of those wins came up for 2200 a couple of starts ago. And he is making his way out very shortly. Number 8 is just behind us. La Reche, Sylvester de Souza, Musab Al-Mary. Musab, of course, looking for a quick-fire double. La Reche as well probably gets a little bit further than this. He does. He's got his normal visor on, and he'll come out of stall number 5. So well positioned to attack here. Should be a decent bit of pace on in this contest. And we didn't really get an idea as to how the track's riding in our second race. The first race we did looked fair enough, but this, a sort of hotly contested handicap, will give us a slightly better idea.
Well, we head into the parade for race number 3 on the card. It is a 1900 metre event on the dirt, and we race for 190,000 dirham. Let's have a look at the first runner, number 1, a book review for Salam bin Gadaya, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. He comes in with 62 kilos. Javier Ziani doing the riding here, and he is having his first run for season 24-25. Highest rating of 93. His stablemate currently sitting off 92, and that is number 2 in Maiden Dubai. Bernardo Pinheiro will jump on board here. 61.5 kilos, 3-time winner from 19 starts with those 6 minor placings. Like his stablemate, he comes into this first up for the campaign. We move to number 4, Arabian Tail. My apologies. Number 5 we'll have a look at next, and that is Violent Justice. This one here for Doug Watson. Sam Hitchcock to do the riding here off the rating of 87. Mr. Vaibhav Shah with another runner after Diamond Dealer in the last event. He's got Violent Justice here, the 5-year-old by Violence. First up here, last time seen at Jebel Ali in a 0-95. He was beaten a distance on that day. Number 4 is Arabian Tail, the 5-year-old gelding by Dabawi. We saw him a winner at Meydan on the dirt over 1900, so he's a track and distance winner. That was late in the season in early March of this year. He returns to the races, hoping to pick up an early winner in the campaign. Tygo Shea jumps on board for the Chopra family. He's off a rating of 88. Al Yabri, off a rating of 89, is a 3-year-old colt by American Pharaoh. And Masaba Al Maheri looks for another winner here. Daniel Tudhope to do the riding. Has been running at the 1900 metre distance at Meydan his last 3 starts. That was on the back end of the season. He returns here, hoping to pick up another winner at the track and distance. 5 starts for a win, a second and a third. Number 7 is Al Rad. James Orman to ride here for Michael Costa, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. 1-time winner from 5 starts. He's got 2/3 to his name. He was last seen over 1,400 metres here at Meydan at the back end of the season. That was his only run for the year before making his way over from the UK. So only had that 1 start and then was put away. He ran 3rd there, beaten 2 lengths by Elusive Terry here at the course. He steps up in distance and comes into this race first up over 1900. Number 8, Laresh, Silvestre de Souza for Masaba Al Maheri and Mr. Nasser Asker. 1-time winner, 13 starts with 3 minors. He was at Abu Dhabi enlisted company last start behind Vagalaim. He was beaten 5 3/4 lengths, and he returns here to Meydan for the first time since the 9th of February. He ran there on the dirt over 2,000 metres, running 4th on that occasion. Bupat Sema also has Perfect Balance. Andrew Slattery rides for Desert Rose Racing. He was at the races at Elaine in the one of the final races there. Ran 2nd, beaten a neck by Ibra Attack. That was at the final meeting of the year. So he hasn't had as long off as some of these other horses, but Perfect Balance returns to the races here looking for his 5th win. He's had 4 wins in 26 starts. Number 10, Sakara King by American Pharaoh, the 7-year-old gelding. Patrick Dobbs rides for Doug Watson, Mr. Saeed Hashish. Start number 25 here. He's already got the 2 wins and 6 minors to his name. And he has been a frequent contender of the 1900 metre dirt races. Last time to the races was 2nd in behind Arabian Tail, who he faces here once again this evening. Number 11, Lion's Mane. He was a Meydan winner 2 starts ago over 2,200 metres. He's in his best work over 2,000 metres plus, so 1,900 on the short side. Maybe appreciating a bit of an extra run here as he gets out over more distance in future starts. So that's our look at the runners here. Looking interesting, very, very interesting race here as they do make their way towards the tunnel. It is our distance race of the evening over 9.5 furlongs.
They got their own bus where don't come, so you want to make it save the face here. Say they got their bus where don't come, so you want to make it face here until they go. They make it the this direction.
Michael Costa with me, has one in here now, that's El Ride for Jimmy Orman. First of all, well, welcome back, I guess, although, you know, you've been out here longer than I have. How are you sort of feeling as the Meydan season starts and racing out here starts to hot up?
Oh, it's great to be back. We have that long period off, and to get back at Meydan and just under the lights, all the changes look extremely positive, and yeah, it's good to see a nice crowd.
As far as your team goes, I mean, it's been stronger and stronger the last couple of seasons. Last year, you know, felt another notch up. I guess you're looking to build on that again, right?
Yeah, definitely. We had a nice, quantum leap forward last year. That was our plan, and I think we've had a really good summer in building the stable, getting some nice form horses from the UK, but predominantly some really nice yearlings from the US. So with both coming into the barn, we've got a nicer number. Last year we had roughly about 60. This year we've gone to 80. Wow. So we're not the biggest yard, but we've got a nice force to give us nice spread across the year.
And as far as those young horses goes, those rising 3-year-olds that are hopefully going to develop, I guess, into, you know, Guineas and Derby Oaks horses, do you feel you've got a nice crop of those?
Yeah, we do. We've got a nice crop. So we've just let out a couple at the moment, and we're going to stagger them across the year.
Okay. What are we expecting from this one here?
He's a nice horse. We had one run at the back end of the year over 7. It's a little bit sharp for him. This is over 1900s. I think he'll be a horse that'll benefit from the run. So we'll just see how he comes through.
And as far as the riders go between James, Ben, Ray, is it, I'm not missing anyone there. Is it sort of? I know James is off soon, isn't he? Tomorrow, and then Ben's going to be your basically the leading rider out here. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, well, Ben's a heavyweight jockey, so he can only ride at certain weights, and Ray's there at a lighter weight. So we'll definitely look to spread the winners both, and they've both got ability to great ability to be riding winners for us.
Okay. Wish you all the best here. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Don't you love the fresh champagne? Or the excitement of a new city. Or beautiful warm water and sand beneath your feet. But travel isn't just about where you go. Time together and choosing my tailor.
It's soil quality. Getting food policies.
25 new photograph from New York City.
The world was awarded by an independent developers.
Emirates green economy. Maybe one day all Arabs are seen like this.
Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world.
But remember, whatever class of travel you decide,
You will always be certified.
Best turned out winner then is this horse in shot, led around by Ijaz Ahmed. That's Liabri. Well done to him and to the man looking after him. First start for 245 days, looks really well. Excellent corner marks. And there is the winning groom, Ijaz Ahmed, being presented the award by the CEO of PHI Advertising, Mr. Ali Issa. Our thanks to him. And to PHI, 650 dirham, the top prize. Well done to Ijaz Ahmed. Okay, let's have a closer look at some of these then. We have got Arabian Tail. This horse has got a good chance. Pat and I haven't picked a winner yet. I know nobody's counting, least of all Pat and I. But that could all change here. I think Arabian Tail is the one that's going to go and win. He's got good form over this track. He is that sort of profile of a horse, a Dubawi, who with a bit of racing out here under his back could just kick on this year. You can find a horse gets a season or two to acclimatise to racing out here. He's going to improve with age, rising 6-year-old now, and hopefully he can sort of pick up where he left off at the back end of last year, albeit with a slightly below par effort on the turf and art race at Abu Dhabi in March. But otherwise, I think he can have a good season. His last win came over course and distance, beating Sakara King, and didn't run badly at Jebel Ali up the hill over 1600. Well drawn to attack, out of 3 in the Chopra family colours for Bhupat Seema and Tiger O'Shea, Arabian Tail. All right, is the mount of Jimmy Orman for Michael Costa. And he comes out of stall 10. As far as the distance goes, on his UK form, this is one of those horses from the UK who Michael was talking about. Yeah, this is probably about right. He obviously tried 1400 at the back end of last year, ran really well, albeit probably a slightly inadequate trip, given the last winner come over 2000. And he will come out of 10, probably be finishing pretty well. But we'll see how he goes. And James Orman, good luck to him. He heads back to Oz tomorrow. Been great to have him starting the season for the team as he did last year. Eliabri, I think that is who Pat picked. I can't remember now. Sorry, Pat. Danny Tudhope rides him with Sabra Mary, looking for a double on the night. And he is having another go over the course and distance where he ran really well last year, winning in February, and then second subsequent to that in March. First go of the season, I think he looks well enough and ready enough. He's definitely one of the likely ones, this 3-year-old son of American Pharaoh. And he is the sole 3-year-old in the contest. That is Lion's Mane, who we've touched on already for Connor Beasley. Fairly lightly raced. He's been a winner over a bit further. Stall 9 should be okay. I mean, they don't have a huge amount of time necessarily to sort themselves out as they get underway here. You can see they're right in front of the stalls, just shy of the Dubai World Cup trip this, but they've got long enough into that first bend. Maybe just over 150, 200 metres or so. And then they get stuck into the first of 2 turns. All right, loading process is underway. First of the handicaps, decent one at that. Here's Pat.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. 10, 2, 5 and 7, my numbers. I've gone Sakara King here, the grey. Hopefully can hit the ground running here. Got a nice little weight swing on Arabian Tail. He ran second to at the back end of last season. Violent Justice loads away. 2 for Doug Watson here. Under starters orders for the third. 1900. Arabian Tail just clawing at the gates and leapt up in the air and missed it. Away they go. Arabian Tail cost himself a few at the gates. Pressing forward out wide, looking for the lead. Book Review, and we'll get it with a lap to travel. So Javier Ziani leads them out of the straight by 3 lengths. Perfect Balance second, and third was La Reche, followed by Lion's Mane, who's happy to sit off the running rail as they swing out onto the side of the course. Violent Justice now gets the spot 3 back on the inside. His stablemate to his outer, Sakara King, followed by Maiden Dubai, who's 4th to last today, not in his usual rearward role. Al Rad was next, second to last Arabian Tail, and Al Yabri, the 3-year-old, is going to make his way to the back, and we'll see them all with around 1,250 metres left to go. Book Review leads them at OK fractions, 9.13, 20.60, and Perfect Balance is going to sit just to the outside of him in second, but Book Review now slides away to a clear lead. La Reche was third, 4th was Lion's Mane, a gap of 3 lengths to Violent Justice. Sakara King is outside, just a little shaken along here as they start to make their way to the second bend. Next was Maiden Dubai working alongside El Raed. Arabian Tail getting going, but not getting as mobile as you'd want to if you were on board the favourite. And the last one is Al Yabri. So down past the 600 metres, Book Review leads them by 1.5 lengths. Perfect Balance is the first one to split the bend. Lion's Mane out with his run here, starts to approach the leader. La Reche looks for the inside passage. Sakara King was next. Violent Justice looks beat. Al Rad was next from Maiden Dubai. Arabian Tail and Al Yabri comes up to second last. It's Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane who takes over here as they make their way down the straight. Leading the way here by a comfortable margin. Into second, La Reche. Book Review drops away. Violent Justice, but it's Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane coming clear in the final stages, and Lion's Mane will go on to win. Lion's Mane picks up Beasley's first for the night. 2.5 lengths, La Reche. Violent Justice third across from Book Review, who knocked up in the final furlong. Then came Perfect Balance from Al Raed. Next was Al Yabri. Sakara King didn't find too much. Same can be said for Maiden Dubai. And the last one home, Arabian Tail, cost himself at the start. Lion's Mane, the 5-year-old gelding by Shamadal for Mr. Hamdan Sultan Ali Al Sabusi. Wasn't to be with Sir Harmony last race, but they're able to pick up a win here, connections with Lion's Mane. He was a good winner at the back end of last season. Goes on to win the 11, and the margin unofficially around 2.25 lengths. Winner's time potentially 1:58.56. We'll get that 100% confirmed, but the numbers for race 3, 11, 8, 5 and 1.
Okay, let's have a look back at the start. Notably there, that all went completely wrong for the horse I picked, but Arabian Tail, the Chopra family, will be obviously disappointed. It happens. Reared and Chance Guard, I'm afraid, is a horse that likes to race handy. It wasn't to be. Lion's Mane was one that got handy, and a really good performance from a really game horse. Apparently he's one of the most entertaining horses in the stable as well, a real fun guy. Anyone? And Lion's Mane has gone on to score pretty comfortably, extending away by a couple of lengths. Connor Beasley, who, as I say, Pat and I were popular about Connor's horses tonight. We didn't pick this one, but hopefully that's the start of more to come for Lion's Mane. He's gone on to score from La Reche in a race where, you know, you had to be pretty well positioned. He had the horse in a great position to just stalk Book Review, who took them along, and then kick in the straight. And he's a strong stayer at this distance. He's won over 2,200, so Connor had him in the right position. The likes of El Yabri, the likes of Arabian Tail, who were back and wide turning in, they were those who just never made up ground. I thought El Yabri actually travelled really well. El Raed, another one, but that was a race where the pace held up really well. They didn't crawl around, but they've obviously gone steady enough. I think 44 for the first half, which is, it's not crawling, but it's a race where the pace is held up. Connor Beasley had this horse in a lovely position, and Lion's Mane, son of Shamadal, he's a rising 6-year-old. He finished off last season pretty well, although well behind Arabian Tail when last seen, but that much more like it. Lion's Mane runs out a ready winner.
Oh, very nice. Okay, on.
Unofficial numbers for race number 3, 11, 8, 5 and 1. 11, 8, 5 and 1. 158.56 margins, 2 lengths by 4 3/4. 11, 8, 5 and 1. Your numbers, race 3, your unofficial winner, Lions Mane.
First winner at Meydan of the season for this man, Connor Beasley. We'll hear from him soon after that success on Lions Mane.
But I knew he stayed good, so this is why I didn't want to sit too long, because all I do is lengthen, but he travelled very good if he lets me. He's definitely a better horse. Thank you, thank you.
Well, in the colours of Harmony in our last race, didn't quite work out, but Connor's on the winner's board tonight. Well done. That was all pretty straightforward, was it?
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, the boss and the team's done a hell of a job, really, because he won for us last year, but it was his first season here, and you know, it just shows once they've had one season here in a summer, you know, he gave me a good feel there today. Travelled the way around really well, and you know, although he gets a little bit further, I always had that in the back of my mind, so that's why I didn't want to be a sitting duck for too long. But no, he did it in a good manner, and I think we can go on to bigger and better things, really.
And distance-wise, I mean, he gets that. He's won over 2,200, so he's a strong stayer at that trip, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think the key to him over that sort of trip is a good gallop. You know, because you know he can pick up the pieces really, but he's pretty versatile in that respect, and no, glad he's got his head in front again.
Just on Sir Harmony, I know it's not his first day at school technically, but he's a bit green.
Yeah, definitely. He was probably disappointing really. He did a little bit too much for all. It's his first pop at race course and race. He just jumped and probably just a little bit too gassy really. We'll get him home and reassess him, and you know, he's a nice horse. We know he's got plenty of ability, but just need to get him to do it the right way around.
Quick line on Mr. Cafu. He's a real favourite out here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's one of mine as well. So no, I worked him twice since I come back this season, and he looks in good form. For all he's climbing up a handicap, hopefully we can still be there with a chance.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And that's correct weight. Race 3, 11, 8, 5 and 1. 11, 8, 5 and 1. Correct weight. Winner's time 158.56. Margins 2 by 4 3/4. 11, 8, 5 and 1. Lions Mane, your winner of the third.
Success then for Lions Mane in the Emirates.com Handicap for Thoroughbreds. To make the presentation, we again welcome to the stage Mr. Adil Al-Gaith, the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations Centre. Our thanks to Adil. He's presenting the awards to two individuals no stranger to success up on the winners' podium at Meydan. Please welcome Mr. Hamdan Sultan Al-Sabusi and Brother Maktoum Sultan Al-Sabusi.
Maybe one day all our lives will see like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you always be certified to fly back.
Okay, your chance to win 500 dirham then. You can collect your prize from the Rewards Centre on level 1, concourse 3. So head there for your winning prize, but which face are we going to select to win 500 dirham? You need to smile for your chance to win. Let's see those teeth. Who we got? Yeah, you see, it's always a good ploy to have a child with you, and that makes you more likely to win. And it's you, sir! Give us a smile. Well done. Well done for using your child brilliantly to win yourself 500 dirham. Put it in a trust for when he's older. You are tonight's second winner of Faces at the
So we head into the yard for race number 4, and it is our sprint for the evening, racing for 250,000 dirham. 150 to the winner. Number 1 is Morning, off the rating of 100 for Mr. Nasaska Bupatsima. Tiger O'Shea carrying the 62 kilograms. Last seen at the back end of last season at Jebel Ali, in behind Al Tariq on that occasion there. The 4-year-old gelding by Moonings has his 13th career start, looking for career to win number 3 this evening. Here's a horse who's got plenty of speed on his day. Meshakal, Salam bin Gadaya, Bernardo Pinheiro. This one for Salam Rashid Gadaya. He trains and owns this runner off the rating of 95. He's won nearly a $500,000 dirham in his career, has Meshakal, and draws in 6. You'd be hoping to see him roll forward. If he can control it from the front, he is usually strong on the back end. Number 3, Falcon of Arabia, another horse who's got plenty of speed on his day. A 1,400 metre winner under conditions here. Going on to get the win, Patrick Cosgrave, off a rating of 94. Number 5 is Magic Petition. Saif El Balushi rides for Ahmed bin Hamish, looking for a race-to-race double. The 4-year-old gelding has had 13 starts for the 1 win and 3 minor placings, and is first up for the season. Same can be said for the 6 in Kanjar, Daniel Tudhope for Masaba El Maheri. The 5-year-old gelding for Shadwell Stud. Kodiak is the sire, 3-time winner from 16 starts, those 3 minor placings as well. Kanjar off a rating of 93 here. Number 10 is our next runner, the son of Wooten Bassett. We just saw his stud fees have gone up to £300,000. So he's very well bred, is this colt by Wooten Bassett. Swindon for Sky Racing. Doug Watson trains and Sam Hitchcock will do the riding. He comes over from the UK for his first ever Middle East start and kicks it off here at Meydan. Couple more to have a look at. We'll have a look at some information coming through about the 9 in Morthog. We'll get to that very shortly. Number 8, Mr. Carfu. The 5-year-old gelding by Night Delight. Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley combine here. This looks the pick for the yard, and he's certainly a horse that rarely misses the finish. He's continuing to work his way up the grades, and this looks a tough test for him at 80 to 100. It's the toughest race he's faced so far, but he has been able to rise to the occasion through all of last season. Mortog is the number 9 here, the 6-year-old gelding by Norse Affair. Michael Costa and Ray Dawson combine. Now, just an update as well, the blinkers have come off here. It does state that the horse will wear blinkers during the race day start, but the blinkers have been removed and the approval has been given for that to occur. So blinkers off, number 9 in Mortog. So the last horse we will have a look at is our international market favourite as well. That is Mojaya. Ben Cohen doing the riding here for Michael Costa and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. 7 starts for the 2 wins and 3 minors. Mojaya, very well supported overseas, the 4-year-old gelding by Profitable. So 2 runners in the race there for Michael Costa. We do go with a field of 9 runners. Cal Barg was a scratching from the event. We did see him on show at Abu Dhabi earlier on in the season, but Mojaya is the final horse we look at as the riders climb aboard for race number 4, our 6-furlong sprint.
Just love the fresh man.
Or the excitement of a new season. For a beautiful warm water and sand make your feet. But travel isn't just about where you go. Time to get there. And she's the most alive.
It's so important. Beautiful, for instance.
When was the last time you chose Airline and meals were served?
The world's most awarded player, and certainly helps.
And I like screaming in harmony. Maybe one day we'll have a scene like this.
Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world.
But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you will always be served to fly better.
Right, it's best turned out time, and it's gone to Mojaya. Well done to the winning groom. That's Keev Singh, leading the horse around a few moments ago, and he's in front of us now. But first of all, a big hand to Carlo and Romulo. There they are. And they are the guys behind the PHI advertising board. And beautifully, I must say, Carlo just handed that envelope the winning 650 dirham envelope to the CEO of PHI Advertising, Mr. Ali Issa. Well done to the winning groom of Jockey, Singh. Well, the last time I spoke to this man, I can't remember what was happening. I think it was a quiet night, really, Bupat. You just won a big race. It was back in March. It was a pretty special night. And it's great to be back. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. It's still sinking in, but it's good to start again now. You know, we're all back to zero, and new season starts off. Looking forward to it.
So I tell you, before we come to these, have you unearthed any other Laurel River-esque horses to have come over from the States? Are there any more this year? Or I know that's not a regular occurrence, but any sort of new recruits you're particularly excited about?
Well, we hope so. We have his full brother, who's quite exciting. He doesn't have the same form yet. He's very lightly raced. And we got many nice horses at the minute, and we're still trying to unearth the gem out of them.
Yeah, that is exciting. We're looking forward to seeing him on track. What about these two? Can you split either the two of them or not?
I tell you what, they're both doing really well. They're both healthy. Morning's carrying top weight, 62 kilos. He's usually slow out of the gate, so he needs to get lucky. Falcon of Arabia is doing very well. I think he's an improved horse this year. But I mean, he's a 3-year-old taking older horses, but he's done everything right. You know, we'll find out soon.
I think I often fall into the trap of talking about yards as sort of having horses come on for the run or be ready first up. I mean, do you tend to approach the season in a similar way, or does it depend on the horse as to whether they're going to be ready straight away or need the run?
We usually do terribly bad in November, and then we start picking up from there on. So, you know, whatever we can get in November, we'll be happy. It'll be a bonus.
Okay, look forward to seeing how these go. Thanks, Bupat.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a look at Mr. Cafu. I think this horse will go pretty well. Connor Beasley on board. He's just a horse who was really consistent last year. He's nearly full white now, isn't he? And he's an eye-catching individual. He's got a lot of ability. He seems pretty straightforward. That's one of his strengths on the surface. He can race up in the van, and he was ready pretty early season last year. So he should go pretty well. There aren't any obvious concerns for him. We talked about Falcon of Arabia. Got the impression that Bupat thought he'd go pretty well here, for all that he might take a step forward for it. He breaks probably better than stable companion Morning, Falcon of Arabia. He's lightly raced, obviously. He's dipping his toe into Handicap company off a mark of 95. I mean, based upon his debut performance, you know, that's realistic when Tiger Shea rode into a debut success. He just struggled off the back of that attach. And Morning's the other one. Yeah, he can be slowly away in the colours of Mr. Nasser Asker. He had some good form last year, I guess notably over the 1400 behind the Great Collection. He's got the speed for 1200, but he does need a bit of pace up top to aim at. He's one of those that he'll probably be switched out wide in the straight to close. I liked this horse last year, Meydan. He had some, you know, half decent form. He's lightly raced out here. He was a winner on debut at Jebel Ali, the back end of last season. He's one of those horses that could just take a step forward, having had time on his side out here. You heard Connor Beasley talking about that, the horse he rode to success earlier on. when they've had a season out here and a summer, they can take a kick forward. So Connections will be hoping that Meydan does just that. This is Swindon. He's a son of Wootton Bassett. Wootton Bassett's had a heck of a year. His fee's just risen to 300,000, I believe. And this, I don't know how many dirt winners Wootton Bassett's had, but anyway, he wouldn't have a huge amount to go on it, I wouldn't have thought. This horse was a winner when last seen at Sandown. And here he is for Doug, and Sam Hitchcott on board. He'll come out of 4. Bit of an unknown quantity. I'm hoping Mr. Cafu goes well. For Connorbees, who's had a winner already. It's a tight little heat. Here's Pat Comerford.
So the runners are filling the stalls for the 1,200-metre dash for 250,000 dirham. Magic Petition loads away. Ahmed bin Hamish with 2 runners in the race. Mr. Cafu, won't miss him. The ghostly grey as Falcon of Arabia loads away. 2 for Bupat Seema as well. Here's Mr. Cafu, Swindon. He'll take his place on the inner, draws 4. Couple still to load away. Morning to come forward. Meshakal will be one of the last ones. Interesting to see where he finds himself in the run. He needs to lead. Needs to find himself up on speed. He's got the right jockey to do it as well, Bernardo Pinheiro. Here's Morning. Loads away. They'll go fast here, set to run. There they go, racing now. Kanjar fast away, going up there with Mojaya. They're 6 abreast at the moment. Magic Petition sooling forward. Falcon of Arabia, Mr. Cafu 5 wide, wanting the lead and will potentially get it. They are fighting him for it. Mojaya, Mr. Cafu, Falcon of Arabia and Kanjar, your first 4. Mortog 5th, spotting the lead 3 from Meshakal, who was slow away, working around them now. Then came next in running Magic Petition from Swindon, and the last one was Morning. Speed very good. Mr. Cafu, the outside of Mojaya, who has the inside advantage. Falcon of Arabia 3 wide. Meshakal in the cheap seats 4 deep and being sooled forward from Kanjar, who's in behind them. Still has something to offer by the looks of it. Mortog was next from Swindon. Then came back in the field Magic Petition and Morning looking to round up from last. Mojaya kicks clear though. Mojaya with 300 metres left to go. 3 lengths clear. Kanjar comes off their backs now with a run. Falcon of Arabia next. Meshakal dropping away. He was 4 deep the trip and it's showing now. Mojaya though extending. Mojaya with 100 metres left to go. Hot up on the fence. He was going to go on and win. Mojaya goes all the way. Utilised the inside gate and wins by a length and a half, I'd say. Maybe 2 lengths on the line. Good run by Kanjar, but had every possible in the run. Next over was Falcon of Arabia from Morning, who made good ground late. Magic Petition was next over. Mortog Meshakal was following them from Swindon, and Mr. Cafu knocked up. Michael Costa gets on the board at Meydan. Ben Cohen also picks himself up a victory on the evening. Mojaya, there was good support for him overseas on international markets. He jumped favourite and the favourite salutes. Good run by Kanjar. He had the drop on them behind from a good speed. He did appear for a run, but unfortunately it did come to an end. Mojaya just going too good. Falcon of Arabia has stuck on and he'll take plenty from that. Good win, Mojaya, your winner, 7-6-3-1, your numbers. Winner's time, 1:11.49. Unofficial margins, 1 3/4 by 3/4.
Yeah, really nice performance. Really taking the way Mojaya went through that. He had to work hard enough, I think, out of 7 to get on the front end, but obviously not too hard. The pace is holding up well. Although some of those dropped away. But this is a horse who could have a good season. You know, he is lightly raced. He is a profitable out of a Singspiel mare, but he's clearly at home on the dirt, in particular when he's not getting kicked back. And that's pretty taking. You know, this on the face of it was a decent contest. All right, some will take a step forward for the run. And it is worth pointing out that he won on his first start out here. But that would be pretty encouraging. And he was good over 1,200 on his second start. He's got bags of pace, and he'll go up for that, and you know, that will have, he'll know about that, he'll feel it, but just nice performance, I think. Yeah, he could be a nice horse this season. That's what Connections will be hoping for sure. Mujaya. Well done to Ben Cohen. He's off the mark out at Meydan. And they're left toiling in behind. Mr. Cafu is giving you a close eye, and he had to do a lot of racing to get on the front end, and that's definitely taken its toll later on. He's felt it. There'll be other days for him. And a good run as well in the Shabwell colours for Kanjar. Danny Tadop on board. Musaba's horses are clearly going well, but there's no doubt about the winner. Mujaya takes out our 4th contest, the Emirates Airline Handicap.
Numbers in race number 4, 7, 6, 3 and 1. 7, 6, 3 and 1. Your numbers, Mojaya, our unofficial winner. Winner's time 111.49. 7, 6, 3 and 1, race 4.
Yeah, you see? Well done, boss. Thank you. Thank you. Take off? Don't tie. Take off? Yeah, take off. Congratulations. Thank you.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure, your 4th winner of the night, and a first one on the night for Ben Cohen and Michael Costa. Horse 7, Mujaya.
Sorry, my friend, I do apologise.
There's Pat Cosgrove just walking away from us, all smiles. And I've made him drop everything now. Sorry, it's my fault. All right, good to see you, Pat. Good to see Ben Cohen as well. He's back out here for another year and off the mark at Meydan. Well done, Ben.
Yeah, thanks. He was good. Thought I'd done a bit much early. We were going quite quick. I thought I was kind of set up for one closing behind me, but he kept going well.
I mean, he clearly doesn't lack boot, but he has seen that out really well.
Yeah, he has. Look, in an ideal world, you'd probably love to sit second to someone and just get a lead. But the way it worked out today, I wasn't able to do that. But he's definitely a horse that's matured from last season, and hopefully he can go on and win a few more.
He would have that sort of obvious profile. He hit the ground running out here, and then only had a couple more starts. But with a sort of half season and then a summer, he would, I guess the hope would be he has a pretty good year.
Yeah, definitely. He was kind of a horse last year with a few quirks as well, but Michael and the team seem to have ironed them out, so hopefully he can have a good year.
And an out-and-out sprinter, is he?
I think so, yeah. He doesn't lack gears. I'd say 7 could stretch him.
Okay. Easy enough decision for you to come back. Good year last year, and you seem to really enjoy it. More of the same.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, honoured to come back and ride for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed and Michael and the team. It's a team that seems to be improving every year, so delighted, yeah.
Good to have you back. Cheers, Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks. A reminder, we will have the Emirates Racing Authority Awards hot off the back of this presentation for the Emirates Airline Handicap won by Mojer. To present the award, please welcome once again to the stage the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations Centre, Adil Al-Gaith. Adil, thank you ever so much. And he's presenting the award to the winning trainer. Collecting on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, please welcome Mr. Michael Costa.
Maybe one day we'll have a city like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you will always be certified better.
الحضور الكريم، مرحبا بكم في النسخة الثالثة من حفل توزيع جوائز هيئة الإمارات لسباق الخيل، حيث نسلط الضوء على إنجازات مختلف الأشخاص والخيول في سباقات الإمارات العربية المتحدة، بدءا من المدربين والفرسان والملاك والخيول المشاركة في السباقات. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third edition of the Emirates Racing Authority Awards ceremony, where we shine light on the achievements of people and horses in the UAE horse racing industry, from trainers, jockeys, owners and race horses. يشرفنا دعوة الشيخ راشد بن دلموج نائب رئيس هيئة الإمارات لسباق الخيل إلى المنصة. We're honored to welcome Sheikh Rashid bin Dalmouj, Vice Chairman. Times throughout the season, winning 14 times and finishing in second place 11 times. والآن مع جائزة Pat Smollen للركوب الاستثنائي. And now for the Pat Smollen Exceptional Ride Award, which goes to Pat Dobbs on San Donato. الفارس المخضرم بات دوبس ليس غريباً على الانتصارات الكبيرة، وقدم أداء استثنائياً مع سان دوناتو في سباق زعبيل مايل للفئة الثانية. Seasoned jockey Pat Dobbs is no stranger to big wins, and he gave San Donato an excellent ride during last season's G2 Zabil Mile with a late burst inside the last furlong. والآن مع جائزة أفضل خيل مهجن. And now for the Thoroughbred Horse of the Year, and the winner is Laurel River. We invite Popat Simar to the stage to receive the award. ذهبت الجائزة لبطل كأس دبي العالمي الذي خطف الأضواء في الأمسية ويتصدر لهذا العام تصنيف الخيول المهجنة عالمياً. The impressive front-running victory in the 2024 Dubai World Cup no doubt earns him the Best Thoroughbred Award. والآن مع جائزة أفضل أفضل خيل عربي. And now for the Arabian Horse of the Year award, which goes to Eros de la Garde. And we invite Ibrahim al-Hadrami to receive the award. قضى إيروس دي لا غارد موسما حافلا العام الماضي، حيث حقق 3 انتصارات في سباقات مصنفة، بما في ذلك بطولة الإمارات للفئة الأولى في أبو ظبي. إيروس دي لا غارد had a busy season last year with 3 group wins, including the G1 Emirates Championship in Abu Dhabi. والآن مع جائزة نجم. And now for the نجم award, and the winner is الوارث الحضرمي, and we invite him to the stage to receive the award. تذهب الجائزة للوارث بعد موسم استثنائي حقق فيه العديد من الانتصارات ليثبت أنه من الشباب ذوي المستقبل الواعد في مجال سباق الخيول. The Najm Award goes to الوارث as a result of an exceptional season where he scored many wins, showcasing the bright future ahead of the young champion. وأخيراً جائزة أفضل منتج للخيل العربية برعاية جمعية الإمارات للخيول العربية. And finally for the Purebred Arabian Champion Breeder Award sponsored by Emirates Arabian Horse Society، ندعو سعادة محمد الحربي لتسليم الجائزة إلى جانب الشيخ راشد بن دلموج. And the award goes to خالد خليفة النابوذة. And we
Okay, with the grams faded, let's have a look at these runners making their way out. This is Ever Fast. Patrick Dobbs, Doug Watson. He's got the white bridle on. He's making his way out with the normal visor on. A really good horse out here. The Great Collection, where's he? Number 4. Let's spin back to him. He's had loads of winning out here. And he rides, lines up for Adjua Devisa, gets on with him really well. He's good over 1600. He's good over 1400. He might need the run, but he's a real star of the show out here. Number 8, we'll have a look at Al Jadaf. I think this horse got a good chance. He looks really well, actually. 251 days off the track. Hummer bin Hamash, Connor Beasley. Over to the other side, Imperial Emperor, number 9, with the shadow roll and the tongue tie on. He lines up for Tygo Shea, and Bupat Seymour is not well drawn in 13. Number 11 is not in there. Where is he? Maybe he's an on. He's a... number 12 is Echo Point. Sorry, number 12, Nasser Asker, Sylvester de Souza. And yeah, that's Echo Point. Who else have we got? 14, Harmonistic, Sam Hitchcock for Ahmed bin Hamash. He's rated 87 now. Could be a bit of scope off there on his first start out here. Okay, they're in the tunnel. We found him. He was hidden away in that little box with the door open. He's saddled in the box. He looks nice and relaxed, but he's not going to parade this horse. He's number 11, Street Mood. Real favourite out here, given his run style. He tends to make up ground late on. Now, that hasn't come to pass tonight, but he'll want pace to aim at, and he does know how to win out here. That's Street Mood for Musaba Al-Meri, number 11.
So we're into the yard here for race number 5, and the one is Everfast. Our first horse to have a look at here, Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combined, beaten 1.25 lengths at Jebel Ali last time out in mid-March. He returns to the races here, the 8-year-old gelding by Take Charge Indy for his 39th start. He'll be drawn in gate 1. Talk about a horse who's drawn wide, that is Alzim. He's a little shaky out of the gates every now and then. He's a 3-time winner from 14 starts. Hasn't run at Meydan for a while. 3-time winner from 14 starts. We saw him running at Jebel Ali and Abu Dhabi most recently at the back end of last season. He's off a rating of 101. He'll need to be good from the gate. Number 3 is In Crowd, who also draws a tad wide here for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Salam bin Gudaya trains, and Bernardo Pinheiro will do the riding. He's been beaten a distance in a few of his most recent runs. They were over 1950. A mile looks a starting point distance-wise. He'll get better over further. There's a couple of horses that get back and run on, and well, the Great Collection, he's still going strong at 10 years old, the gelding by Cactus Cadillac. Adri de Vries, his usual rider, jumps on board for Doug Watson, and he'll be hoping to continue on his form from the back end of last season. He was able to pick up a win last season over 1,400 metres. He got out over a bit of distance last time out, but he seemed to race better from 1,400 metres to a mile. So this distance is right up his alley. Number 6, Courtier, he will get back. Like the Great Collection, they should settle second, last and last. He'll require a good speed up front, but he finally comes into a race where he's not giving his rivals plenty of weight, and as a result he should be running on. Provided they go hard enough up in front, he should be giving a sight from the back under Sandro Paiva, who's already picked up a winner so far this evening. Number 7 is Sharmak, 95 raider for Michael Costa. Andrew Slattery will spot the blue distinguishing cap here on the 7-year-old gelding. He was last seen in December of 2022, so it's been a while since he's been to the races, and returns here for his first night meeting as well in quite some time. He's a 3-time winner from 11 starts, but we'll get a good guide on him from his return run this evening. Well, Al Jadafi fired early in the year last season. Ahmed Bin Hamash and Connor Beasley picking up a winner already this evening. He maps to potentially box seat in behind a decent tempo, and if all goes to plan, he should be running home quite strongly. Last start was in a Group 3 behind Laurel River, beaten 12 lengths where he cleared away. Not a bad form line to go off here. He gets back to much easier company this evening. Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea combine with Diva Racing and Imperial Emperor, the 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi. He was last start seen at Meydan behind Uzo. He was beaten 8 lengths on that occasion. That was in mid-February. He returns to the races here for his first stop run, the 4-year-old gelding by Zakova, having his 7th career start. Richard Mullen rides Lasso Dude for Bupat Seema here in Shadwell. 3 wins from 14 starts, and we haven't seen him at Meydan for quite some time. Off a rating of 94, the 5-year-old gelding by Warfront. Number 12, Echo Point, Masaba Al-Maheri and Silvestre de Souza combine here. He is a 1-time winner from 18 starts. Prolific place getter, has run 6 seconds and a third in his 18 runs, along with that 1 win. So doesn't win out a turn, and that could be a slight concern. James Orman rides Mestri here for Michael Costa, the son of Medaglia d'Oro. He was a winner on debut, breaking his maiden over a mile. Horses behind him in that race did go on to compete quite well, the likes of Never Show Weakness, who ran second to him on that occasion. So that race holds up, and the time wasn't all too bad. Hopefully he's first up over a mile and can repeat that effort. 14, Harmonistic for Mr. Maktoum Sultan Al-Sabusi. Ahmed Bin Hamish and Sam Hitchcock combine here. This is his first run in the country, and we'll see how he fares in this event, the 4-year-old gelding by Seahenge. So Street Mood will be a late arrival to the field. We'll get back to him very shortly, but the runners make their way to the tunnel for race number 5. And here is number 11 in Street Mood. He was laid out to the yard. Masaba Al-Maheri and Daniel Tudhope combine. He'll make his way down, and the rider will jump on at the absolute last minute. 21 starts, 5 wins and 4 minors for the entire by Street Boss.
Maybe one day we'll have to see like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you always be certified there.
Best turnout winner number 5 in association with PHI Advertising, and it's gone to Al Jadaf. Horse number 8, that's my selection incidentally. Well done to Shawan Singh, leading the horse around a few moments ago. And Al Jadaf lining up here for the first start of the season. Beautifully plaited mane and nice quarter marks, winning the best turnout award. A handshake from Mr. Ali Issa, who is the CEO at PHI Advertising. Well done to Shawan Singh. So this is race number 5. It's the 300,000 dirham race, 180,000 dirham to the winner. We're over 1,600 metres on the dirt. There's Ever Fast. He's warm, you can see that. Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson looking for a first winner of the night. He'll come out of 1. They were going to, I would imagine, try and look to use him to get to the speed. That's not always the case, but given he's drawn 1, options are relatively limited. You could do well to smuggle for a run up the inner. Ever Fast, it has had a really good time of it since he came out here. Probably only one blip of the season, to be honest. He's largely very consistent over this sort of distance. 1,400 is fine. He also stays a little bit further as well, 1,800. But this is a solid starting point, and he is capable of a mark of 102, definitely. He's got more ability than that, I would suggest. He ran in round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge, I think it was last year, the race won by Kabir. So, yeah, back in the handicap company, this is very realistic. The top weight here, Ever Fast. There's horse number 9, Imperial Emperor. He's drawn out in 13, not ideal around the bend that you've got here, given that you're going to cover more ground over the mile in the chute because you're straight into a turn. I always think that of all the distances, this is the one where you really don't want to be wide. And 1,200 isn't ideal either, compared to the 1,400 where you have more time to sort you out. But if you can get in the lead out of them, that's not such a bad thing. And I think he'll be looking to do that for Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seema. He's one of those Dubawis that, he had half a season out here last year, and he might just kick on from that this year. I think he's probably better than a mark of 94. What about Mestri? 4-year-old in here, very lightly raced, couple of goes so far, winning debut ahead of Never Show Weakness. That's a decent bit of form, and then we didn't see him since December, so he may have just taken a little bit of time. He's another one that could have a good year. James Orman on board, he'll come out of stall number 5. And another one for Michael Costa and Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum is Al Zine. Ben Cohen rides, he's looking for a second of the night, and he's drawn in 14. Again, you wouldn't have picked that. He's a 6-year-old now, having his first start of the season. It stays further as well. I think they might just have to ride him for luck and late, but we'll see. See, he's got the rug on, so that's to stop him feeling anything when he goes in the stalls or anything really rubbing against him. They'll clip it onto the back of the stalls. When he comes out, the rug will stay there. Pat fancies this horse, Courtier. Sandro Pava looking for another one. Julio Losquaga, the trainer. Again, had a decent year last year. Pick of it came at Jebel Ali over 1,400. He does stay further. He's one that'll be running on late. Courtier, the 3-year-old son of Matterhorn. Okay, a loading process is underway. Nice competitive handicap for Pat Comerford to call home.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it's a nice race, isn't it? And these next 2 races, in fact, are going to be very, very tactical affairs because, as you mentioned, with that shoot, it's going to be interesting to see where people slot up. And is there going to be enough pace for a few of these to be making ground? We did see a horse come from near last in the Arabian's race, although it's not usually a good enough guide for the thoroughbreds. But those who are in support of the Great Collection and Courtier will certainly be hoping that there is not only enough tempo up front, but we'll see a couple of these horses flashing from the back late. El Jadaf loading away. Here comes Alzim in the black cap, Sharmik in the blue cap, and Mestri for Michael Costa in the standard yellow cap. So 3 runners here for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. Imperial Emperor in the Diva Racing red and navy is one of the last ones to load forward. We're almost set to run. Set to go. Racing. Alzim missed away as usual. Courtier was back with Street Mood, and also back in the final view was Harmonistic. Out fast, working up into it, was Echo Point. He's going to go up and lead along with Book Review, who really wanted the lead there from that wide gate. Everfast was next from Imperial Emperor, Lasso Dude. Next was Mestri. 3 back on the inside. Al Jadaf just reined in a little bit there in between runners. Sharmik 3 wide, improving with a back. Followed there next by Harmonistic, who's up to 5th to last from Street Mood. Courtier now getting mobile out wide with some cover there available. The Great Collection second to last, and Alzim after the poor start was last of all, and he's chewing a lot of dirt at the back of the field where Book Review leads them to the 800 metre mark. He's out by 2 lengths. Second was Echo Point. The inside Everfast gets the drop on them, along with Lasso Dude. Imperial Emperor coming around 3 deep, providing a few of these some cover. Al Jadaf opts for the option there. Next was Mestri, trying to get a little bit of luck here as the race starts to unfold, and the top of the straight appears from Sharmik. Then came Street Mood. Courtier starting to get mobile with the Great Collection, who's going all right. He's opting for the inside path. Harmonistic second last, and Alzim last. Into the straight they come. Imperial Emperor goes up to the outside of Echo Point. They bump there at the 300. Lasso Dude, Al Jadaf starting to get on level terms here. He's starting to work through as Imperial Emperor starts to give them the slip though. Past the 200 metres, it's Imperial Emperor from Lasso Dude. No, Echo Point has dropped them now, and Nick to 4th position was Al Jadaf, but it's going to be Imperial Emperor into the final 50 metres, who comes clear for a nice win. Imperial Emperor 2.5 on the line. Lasso Dude ran 2nd, and 3rd across, I'd say maybe Sharmik beats home Mestri. The stablemates 3rd and 4th, followed there by Echo Point. He knocked up there, and I think that collision there at the 300 might have knocked him around a little bit. Then came Al Jadaf from Alzim, Courtier, Everfast, Book Review, the Great Collection, Street Mood, and Harmonistic was the last one to greet the judge. Imperial Emperor. Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema on the board here with the 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Diva Racing pick up the 5th event. Drew wide and, well, didn't get any favours there in the run. He was 3 deep for a good chunk of it, so it's a pretty brave win from the son of Dabawi, who's picked up his 3rd win in career start number 7, and that's a nice first up performance. That's his first win in the Middle East as well. We saw him win in October 2023 at Newmarket in a maiden, and he's been able to go on and pick up a nice victory there as well. Congratulations to Diva Racing and Imperial Emperor. Numbers 9, 10, 7 and 13, race 5.
Yeah, he wasn't ideally birthed out of 13, but he's had to cover a lot of ground, but he was always in the hunt, and he got handy, Imperial Emperor, in a race again where the pace has held up okay. Lasso Dude was in a nice position to challenge turning for home, and then the 2 Michael Costa horses have run well. In particular, I think Mestri lightly raced out here. And there are sort of those horses are a lesson to us at the start of a new season, with horses who, you know, Imperial Emperor, he ran okay out here at a couple of starts on turf, but they just take a while to acclimatise, and now switch of surface. Dabawi is such a versatile stallion. You don't want to write horses like that off. He's clearly got bags of ability. and he may well take a step forward for the run, as Bhupat Simar indicated a lot of his horses would. There was a little bit of a bump late on. That was probably as Echo Point just edged off a true line. He's ended up finishing 5th. But just 2 starts on the turf out here last time, switch the surface, and he could have a nice season, Imperial Emperor. He's had a hard race, sure, but he had to cover a lot more ground than some of them, and he's taken out the feature race, Imperial Emperor. Well done to Diva Racing and Bhupat Simar, ex-Godolphin horse. Al Jadaf a little bit further back. He didn't really pick up. He covered a lot of ground, but he was in the right position, if you like, to go on and challenge. Everfast tried to go up the rail. I don't think stall 1 is ideal for him necessarily. He's run okay. Shamnik and Mestri have run solid races on first starts of the season. But Imperial Emperor could have a nice year. Really lightly raced 4-year-old son of Dubawi, and he's back to winning ways for the first time out here, Imperial Emperor.
Numbers in race number 5, the Emirates Airline over the mile for the 3-year-old and above, 9, 10, 7 and 13 your numbers. Imperial Emperor gets the win at 136.81 winner's time. Margins 2.5 by 2.5, 9, 10, 7, 13, race 5.
Thank you.
Well done, sir. Excuse me.
Yes.
That's all right, keep it on. Yeah, it's fine.
Tiger Shea in the Meydan winners enclosure for trainer Bhupat Simar and Diva Racing. Your 5th winner of the night, Imperial Emperor.
Well done, everyone. You're going to have to fly now every time he runs.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done, Ty. Well done, boy.
You know, he was a real third-horse boot out of the gates. And I'd get hold of him for the first furlong and ride him like it was a finish, you know, and then he would walk out. A-game now. If I left him alone, he would have been, you know, lobbing him up the tracks.
Yeah.
Great temperament. Great temperament. He's a lovely action. Typical Dubawi. All the credit has to go to the trainer because he told me he was the winter ride. He's going to
have a great team.
Yeah.
So yeah, just know me.
As I said to Booby there when I got off him, first one we got, I expect him to take a huge step forward. Although he jumped well, and he safe and go a bit steady. You know, dirt racing, you got to be on the A game. So when you go back and look at the replay, the first furlong is probably where the horse is going at first. You know, it's to really ramp him and get a hold of him. But first of many, hopefully, well done for the new season.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Now I just won't go saddle anymore. Wow. It just wow done. Huh? Wow done. You did. You did.
Tiger Shea weighing in after that success, an Imperial Emperor from La Soudoud. Also for Bhupat, Richard Mullen on board. Tig, well done. Welcome back to the Meydan winners enclosure. How are you?
Yes, it's great. Great to be back at Meydan and great to get a win on the board. And I think he's a smart horse. And look, it was a bit of a tricky one for me because Shaky Hissa is retained rider is not in town yet, and that horse had very good form over the track and distance, but this horse had been working extremely well, and he's a Debawi, which needs no introduction, leading sire on the dirt for numerous years, and look, I was a bit concerned, although he jumped well. I just had to get him up there and get him travelling. As I said, the dirt and turf racing, there's no comparison, and but I had a willing partner, and you know, I must congratulate the second jockey as well, Richie Mullen, because he actually put him up to the owners at the Racey to Dubai sale, and
he just told me that, probably hoping I'd repeat it, and you did. He's got a good eye for a horse, then.
Yeah, listen, Richie's a huge part of our team, and first and foremost, he's a great team player, you know. So yeah, no, Richie put him up to us in April, and we done the homework on him then and got him vetted, and thankfully we'd owners to buy him. But as I said, yeah, I said to Richie there, pulling up, don't worry, if I'm not on him one day, you'll be on him. So no, listen, great result for the barn, and first and second, and you know, listen, like no different to last year. We were a little bit slow off the blocks, but we don't look at November, we work from March back.
And this horse he's got that exciting sort of profile, you know, first go on the dirt there off the back of a light campaign last year. He could kick on.
Look, I don't want to look too far into the future, and set. I don't like setting myself or horses targets, but I did say to the owners beforehand on his work, you know, he's well capable of maybe rocking up into a Godolphin Mile horse one day, if not this year, maybe in the future. But let's take him home and have a look at the programme and have a freshen up. And as I said, it was his first run on dirt, and yeah, thanks Richie Mullen for putting him up.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go. The steward's just looking at a little bump late on there, but the winner is not affected, so no change there. Imperial Emperor, the winner of the Emirates Airline Handicap, and a great performance it was as well. Okay, we're going to have 3 presentations. They will go to the, once again, the winning owners, the winning trainer, and the winning jockey, and we'll see lots of people from Diva Racing coming up to collect their prize. Once again, to make the presentation, it's been up 3 times already. Please welcome Adil Al-Gaith. He'll be presenting 3 awards. Adil for the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations Centre at Emirates Airline. Thank you, Adil. And he'll be presenting. Phil, come back. Not yet, Phil. He'll be going up from Diva Racing very shortly. We're ready for you now. You can make your way up. Phil can lead the way. And he had great strides in the crutches. Well done. From Diva Racing, please welcome Phil, Ryan, Sarah, Lynn and Jason. Brian Tongue collecting the awards, who purchased the horse for Diva Racing. Well done to him, well done to all involved. Big cheer that from Diva Racing. And now please welcome the winning trainer, who's going to make his way up. As he said, November winners are welcome winners for this man, Bhupat Seema. And the winning rider, ladies and gentlemen, a first of many, I'm sure, at Meydan this year for Tygo Shea. So well done to Diva Racing, Bhupat Seema, Tygo Shea. Our thanks to Adil Al-Gaith presenting the award for the feature race, the Emirates Airline Handicap, the winning connections of Imperial Emperor.
Maybe one day all that will succeed like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you always be certified there.
And correct weight has been given here. Correct weight for race number 5. Correct weight, congratulations, the winner, number 9, Imperial Emperor.
Airline easy.
Well, welcome back to the parade ring for race number 6 as we get into the penultimate event, and we head to number 1 on the program, and that is Algernon. Saber Al-Mahiri and Silvestre de Souza combine here on the 4-year-old gelding by Caponata. Another one here for this evening for Mr. Nasser Asker. Number 2 is Assad. Christian Howarth will ride the apprentice for Ahmed Al-Naidi. He comes in for his first run for the season, the 5-year-old gelding by Ortard. He's had the 30 starts. He is the runner who's had the most maiden starts out of all of these and yet to break through. Number 3, Chef de Party. We saw him run at Abu Dhabi the other week. He was beaten a distance on that occasion. Returns to Meydan here. He draws 11. A little bit of a sticky gate here for Richard Mullen. Kaysabud saddles up Ironside here, the former Masaba Al-Mahiri runner, the 6-year-old gelding by Invincible Spirit. He's an 18-start maidener, and Simon Cock will do the riding here on the 6-year-old gelding by Sagami. 5 is Mr. Precocious off 78 here, Salam bin Gadaya, Bernardo Pinheiro. 6-start maidener with that second placing to his name. Hasn't been seen since late January of this year. One of the outsiders, Taj Diff, the son of Invincible Spirit, off 59. He comes in off a very low rating here, does Taj Diff. He's had 7 runs, yet to figure. He's been beaten a distance his last 3. Al Sail brings us some interesting trial form, a nice trial performer here at Meydan the other week. He has a debut run, and James Orman looks to pick up a winner in his final couple of rides in Dubai for the season. Number 8, Cabret, another one for Nas Asker, Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea. It'll spot the yellow distinguishing cap, the 3-year-old gelding by Kapla Temptress. It's had the 5 goes for a 2nd and a 3rd, and last seen at Jebel Ali there on the 2nd of November in behind Yatarid. They're beaten 8 1/4 lengths. So comes into this second up with some form in the legs. Free World is a 3-year-old gelding on debut here, the son of Australia for the Free World Partnership and Osama Rafai. Case Al Basaidi will take the ride, claiming 1.5 kilos. Number 10 is Garbul for Ben Cohen and Michael Costa. Draws wide in gate number 12, but comes through a nice trial at the home track and steps out here for the first time in its career. 11 is Kamzan for Daniel Tudhope and Salman Al-Sabri. Has its first run here in the jurisdiction after making its way over from the UK. Last seen in the 2nd of July at Brighton on the turf, where he was beaten 1.5 lengths, running 3rd there on that occasion. Interesting to see how he takes to the dirt. Million Doro's familiar to the dirt here, and he comes into this event with some nice maiden and conditions form through the season last year as a 3-year-old. He is hoping to bring some of that to the table here, but will have to be very good drawing the widest gate in 15. His stablemate Sarum will carry the black cap here for Saif Al Balushi. Another one for Ahmed bin Hamish on debut, the 3-year-old gelding by Enticed. The stable also have the 14 in Shaf Dubai, the son of Frosted. Ray Dawson will do the riding here for him in his 7th career start. So far, a 2nd and a 3rd to his name, narrowly beaten by Military Artist by a short head 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali. Javier Ziani will ride Regal Gallery, the daughter of Frankel, for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum and Salam bin Gadaya. 2 starts, both for a 4th placing at Jebel Ali. It makes its maiden debut in career start number 3.
Amr bin Hamash has been in the winners already with an exciting horse in the form of Lion's Mane. Didn't speak to you after the race, but what was your reaction to the success?
The horse, he came to our yard last year, but when he get all the summer here in Dubai, he been training very well, and we like the horse. It was the plan to come with him here. He do his job, and he run like what he show in the yard.
I mean, his profile is one that could have a really good season this year. I guess that's the hope. Do you have any thoughts about where we might see him next?
I think we are coming after 2 weeks. If the horse, everything is going good with him, we have Thunder Snow Handicap here, and we'll see how he's going again.
In the same colours, so Harmony, Connor suggested that you thought he might run a bit better, the 2-year-old.
Actually, he's one of the best in the yard, but today is just question mark. We scoped the horse, he was clean, everything is okay. But the jockey just think he needed a tank tie because the horse, he was stressed in the track. And normally my track in stable, we doesn't have a light. Maybe sometime here with all these lights, the horses, they get stressed.
So you've got a dirt surface at home that you work them on?
Yeah, we have a dirt surface, but we doesn't work the horses in the lights. This is what we are thinking about it, and we are planning back to Jabal Ali, and we see how he's going. Then we will try to bring him early morning to canter him around of the track here and the lights.
Okay. And on the 3 here, who do you think has the best chance between Million Dollar, Sarim and Shift Dubai?
Million Dollar, he's training very well. I think Million Dollar, he can showing good, and the both horses, they are okay. Sarim, he was with us since last year, but he's a backward horse. We give him a time for the season. Shuf Dubai is just, he came to my yard from 2.5 months.
Good luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
So our 6th best turned out award in association with PHI Advertising. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their continued support from last season in the best turned out awards. 650 dirham to the winning groom, and that is Sajjad Hussain, who's leading round horse number 1, Algernon. That was a few moments ago, and Sajjad is now alongside the CEO at PHI Advertising, Mr. Ali Issa, presenting the 650 dirham winning envelope for the best turned out horse to Sajjad Hussain. Beautiful timing on that award. We're nailing that now. Thank you, Ali. Great stuff. Thanks again to PHI. We move on to the race itself now, race number 6. And there is horse number 7, and that is LCL. So 1 or 2 in the race with a similar profile from Michael Costa's yard. Jimmy Ullman on board, LCL. Is this Jimmy's last ride before he goes back to us? I think it might be. Good luck to him when he heads back. It'd be great to have you here briefly. And LCL will come out of 13, a son of City of Light. The surface should be fine, but he's not perfectly drawn for obvious reasons, although the last winner did come out of stall number 13, and that was over the mile. He'll be looking to get the horse out. I think that's your best chance when you're wide, is to get out and try and get handy. A bit like Tig did with Imperial Emperor, even if you're covering more ground than would seem ideal. And the other one is Gaboul. That's the selection of Pat and I. Of course, I normally don't like Pat to have a winner on the night, but if he wins this one, fine, because I've selected the horse as well. Gabul is a son of Liam's Map, a 3-year-old. Grail Roan Gelding, is he? Oh yeah, he is, yeah, fair enough. And he'll get lighter as the days go on. And Gabul, yeah, he's bred for the surface. Didn't get to see him up close and personal, to be honest, but he will... interesting to see how he gets on out here. It's quite a lengthy individual. Looks as though this could be a starting point distance-wise. And he'll come out at 12, one inside stable companion El Sayel. Million Doro lines up for Ahmed Bin Hamash. I guess he's the obvious one with Connor Beasley on board. Ahmed was pretty positive about him. Now, he's one of those horses that what he's achieved, the likes of Shift Dubai 82, Million Doro rated 82, a rating of 76 for Algernon, 78 for Mr. Precocious. Now, if one of the newcomers isn't good enough on debut, that's good enough to take this, and he certainly fits that bill, Million Doro. And he'd be fine over this distance as well. He was just touched off a couple of times over this sort of trip last year. There is Algernon, again a rating of 76. Sylvester de Souza on board from Musabra Mary. He had some nice bits of form last year. Wasn't beaten far by Condor Passe here on the turf. He's switching it up on the dirt now. He's 0 from 6, but he is capable. This, you know, if you've got something with experience here that can get in front and set some relatively modest fractions, they could easily nick this. A horse rated mid to high 70s or in the 80s should be very capable of doing that. Another newcomer is Sarem, Seifar Balushi riding for Ahmed Bin Hamash. Hasn't been there long, as Ahmed was saying. He'll come out of stall number 1. For a newcomer, I don't think you can pick that, because you might not be that sharply away, and then you're getting dirt in your face, and that's not a very nice first day at school per se. Sarem, 3-year-old son of Enticed, very much bred for the surface. Loading process is underway. Pat, we need a winner.
I'll tell you what, that's an understatement, isn't it, Tom Stanley? Thank you very much, and hopefully we're on the right one here. Wide gates can be costly, and they have been so far tonight, but it'll be very interesting to see how Gabul goes on his debut run. El Sayel also for the Costa team looking the goods as well, as Taj Diff will come up here very, very shortly. Spotting the green silks here for rider Sandro Piver. He's already picked up a winner this evening in the purebred Arabians race. A few debutants stepping out here as well, most namely Free World too. He was a Godolphin pickup there at the sale. He comes into this as well on debut, the son of Australia. Simon Cock, recently making his way over from Singapore. He'll be one of the main riders for Rasha Borsley. The team yet to kick off their campaigns, but will be doing so very shortly. He's relocated to Ras Al Khaimah with the closure of the Singapore Turf Club. But good to see Simon here, and a few of the Southeast Asian riders relocating. Unfortunately, their loss, but with the industry going down, but our gain here as well, picking up the Gold Cup winning rider. Chef de Party coming in. Kamzan will load away into the wide alley, and Million Doro will complete it. He comes into 15. Almost a capacity field here, 1,400 metres, set to run. Sarum going up in 1. We've got a hold here as well, because Seifar Balushi was momentarily unseated. He climbs back aboard now. There they go. Breaking fast Cabret from that middle alley, working forward with El Sayel, Mr. Precocious. They'll be your first couple. Deeper out, Kamzan working up with Gabul. They're trying to slot in from those wide alleys. Next in running Ironside, finding himself in the first half dozen from Algernon. Then came Sarum, working alongside his stablemate Million Doro. It was a gap there back now to Chef de Party with Regal Gallery. Then came next in running Assad from Shuf Dubai, and Taj Diff's out to the end. He can't go with the gallop, and Free World is even further back. So 800 metres left to go. Cabret shows them a clean pair of heels. Working up in between them, Mr. Precocious. He's already thrown up the white flag. Kamsen out deeper, travels into it well from Algernon. Garbull coasting up on the outside also. Then came Million Doro. Tracking into there as well was El Sile, followed by Ironside. Getting past now, Mr. Precocious by Chef de Party. Then came next in running there was Sarum from Shuff Dubai, and the best of the rest was Assad as they come into the straight. Garbull goes past Kamsen, whips past him with pace. Garbull goes to the front here, and he's extending away. El Sile into second position. Garbull from El Sile. The two Costa Maiden is looking very good here. Garbull, though, has the advantage on El Sile, and Garbull's going to go clear to win. Garbull goes on to win well, 4 lengths on the line. El Sile second, Daylight third, and fourth goes to Million Doro. He'll pick up the third placing there. Fourth across the line there in running was Algernon from Kamsen. Then came Regal Gallery, who showed some good signs there late in the race. Next was Chef de Party from Free World. He got going there late, but he'll need a bit more ground than 1,400 metres. Cabret was next from Shuff Dubai. Next over in running was Tajda from Assad Ironside. Mr. Precocious was one of the last ones to cross over with Sarum. Garbull could be a nice horse. Garbull had a look around here on Tuesday, and he has given them windburn. He coasted up 3 deep, and he was travelling so much better than the rest of them. All honours to El Sile as well. He was able to coast into it from back in the second half of the field and work through, but I think those two could be a street above the rest. They have both coasted to a nice first and second placing and have gapped the rest of them in race number 6.
Yeah, nice horse, I think. Garbull beat stable companion Al Sayel, 2 newcomers, ahead of Million Doro, rated 82, and Algernon, rated 76. So, look, I mean, that works out, and that you could say Garbull has run to a marker 90 odd. Nice horse, I think, on debut. And he one thing that I think will please everyone is, you know, he took the kickback early. He was still travelling really nicely, and that allowed Ben Cohen to pick a position in the race, and then turning into the straight, he wasn't asking before he switched out. Stable companion LCL wasn't enjoying the kickback so much. He's run on with promise. He's clearly got ability, but Garbull just made his rider's life so much easier. And he's a nice looking animal. He's got plenty of size and length to him. He's got a nice dirt action, the way he really claws at the surface. And this son of Liam's map has won nicely. You don't want to get carried away, but I think he could be quite a nice horse going forward. He should stay a little bit further. He's won here over 1,400. I will be interested to see how his season develops and what sort of things they were wanting to be aiming him at. But if he's won that on debut and, you know, run to 90 odd, then he could kick on from that, depending on how they campaign him. Liked what he did there. Garbull wins for Ben Cohen from Al Sayel and Jimmy Orman. Million Doro sort of holds up the form quite nicely. Connor Beasley, he had some good form last year and a rating of 82. Algernon back in 4th. But there is the winning horse. See that big knee bend and the nice dirt action he's got. And he has run out a nice winner of our penultimate race, Garbull.
So the numbers there for race number 60. Emirates Skywards over 1,400 metres. 10, 7, 12 and 1. 10, 7, 12 and 1. Garbull, your winner, 124.19. Unofficial margins, 4 3/4 by 8. 10, 7, 12, 1. Race 6.
Well done, boss. Thank you.
Second winner of the night for Ben Cohen and for Michael Costa in the colours of Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Put your hands together for Gabul.
All right, Lim. Okay.
Hello.
Ben Cohen weighing in. Second time tonight. Like the font on his name on his breeches. Very nice. Well done to Ben. And I think a nice horse, Ben. Well done. Don't want to get carried away. It's early days, but yeah, I thought that was pretty taking.
Yeah, lovely, straightforward, cold. He jumped. He listen, he was a little bit green around the bends, but once I got him to switch leads up the straight, I thought he hit the line really strong.
It's nice, I guess, when a horse on debut is, you know, taking kickback and travelling that well in behind horses on this surface.
Yeah, and he learned plenty today. You know, I had him in between them, and he had to switch out around a couple at the top of the straight. But yeah, he's a horse you'd like, yeah.
And going forward, I know I'm always looking for horses to go up in trip, but is that feasible? Do you think? He's obviously done that over 1400. Like the way he's seen it out, looks as though a mile would be fine.
Yeah, look, I'd say 1400 is going to end up his shortest trip. Okay. He has a bit of boot, but I felt he was only getting going by the line, you know, so yeah, I was happy with that.
Thanks, well done.
Thank you.
Time for the presentation for our penultimate race, the Emirates Skywards Maiden. It was won by Gabul in a pretty taking performance. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage the Vice President at Skywards, that is James Curry. James, thank you ever so much for presenting the award. James is popular, and he is presenting to the winning trainer connecting on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Once again, please welcome Michael Costa.
Maybe one day all that will see like this. Yes, we all love to see this big, beautiful world. But remember, whatever class of travel you decide, you'll always be certified there.
Second winner of the night for Michael Costa, Gabul. Well done. I guess the first and second look like pretty nice horses. Well done.
Yeah, both nice. Last year they were just growing and developing, and we didn't get them to the races. And they've had a really good summer, and they really blossomed. Out of the bunch we had, they were probably the two horses that didn't show much last year at all. But after having a good summer, they just really put their hand up, and we knew we were coming to the races with two good horses. A little bit tricky from the gates, but one got a good run in Gabul. The other horse ran super. He's got a little bit of kickback, a little bit unbalanced, and he's a nice horse moving forward.
He looked, I mean, the winner I was mainly watching, but he looked pretty professional for a first day at school.
Yeah, he is. We do a fair bit with him at home with our jump outs. It's the beauty of having the track at Jebel Ali. We can do a lot of gate work and a few things like that. And he's been a professional horse all this summer.
How do you campaign him?
Oh, you see what the handicapper does. See if he gets the opportunity to go to an NW2, or just see what the conditions books. But look, he handles Meydan well, so we'll just maybe take him through the grades and then throw him in the deep end if we think he's going to take the next step.
Good stuff. Well done tonight.
Thank you. Cheers.
It is time for Faces at the Races Mark 3. We've got two quick-fire ones coming your way. Faces at the Races, or if you're French, Visage à la course, which doesn't sound as good because it doesn't rhyme. Who's going to be our third winner of Faces at the Races? It's not thumbs, it's not hands. Get your smiles at the ready. Or if you just show us your teeth, you'll win. If you just show us your teeth, you'll win. What are you hiding? That'll do. Well done. There they are. I never know myself whether to go with a closed lip smile or the open mouth. There's the open mouth. You're the third winner tonight. Huge congratulations.
Stand Michael.
So welcome back to the parade for race number 7, our final race on the program. We head to the parade ring, and number 1 is the first horse we have a look at in Almaroom. She's a 6-year-old mare by quick split. Bupatsima teams up with Patrick Cosgrave here, hoping to pick up the final race here. She comes in off the equal highest rating of 75, the mare by Awesome Again, and has her 23rd career start, the one-time winner. Number 4 is the next horse we have a look at, Nature Watch. Osama Rafai does the training here. Case Al Basaidi will do the riding. The 4-year-old gelding by Curlin, 3 starts for a second. Has only had the 1 start here at Meydan and was beaten a distance. The former Godolphin runner on that day basically didn't want to go with the gallop on that occasion. Has been since sold at the Godolphin sale. So first run for the new stable. Number 6 is our next horse, and that is a Toll Mount, the 7-year-old gelding by Dabawi off 72. Salam bin Gadaya and Bernardo Pinheiro combine up here. Draws a little wide, the 29-start runner. Has his 30th start today here. 3 wins and 7 minor placings, and was down the track beaten 21.5 lengths at Jebel Ali in his first up run. He does back up after a week though as well, does number 6 in Toll Mount. As we head to the 8, Endosa, the 3-year-old gelding by Pay Lady. This one for Salman Al Sabri. Daniel Tudhope will do the riding, making its Dubai debut. Number 10 is Important Role for another one here for Salman Al Sabri, and Ray Dawson will do the riding here. 3 starts and yet to break through for a win. Was down the track, beaten a distance in a maiden at Abu Dhabi on the 26th of October, and comes back for the second up run for the season here 2 weeks later. Number 11 is Sensatiable, the 3-year-old filly by Sensible Match. Javier Ziani does the riding for Salam bin Gadaya and comes in off a rating of 68. 12 is Chief Scribe, Jules Mobian for Elise Jean. 13 starts, yet to run in the money and beaten a distance its last 2 starts, including its first up run in that maiden there behind Tabdeel. Steps up in distance from 1,400 to a mile. 13, Maputo, the 5-year-old gelding by Shamadal. 10 starts for 1 win. Has its first up run for the campaign. Tygo Shea jumps on board off the rating of 61. As some of our other horses join the field here in the parade ring, Izaj, the maidener, he's had 3 seconds and 2 thirds from his 12 starts. Has had some nice performances here though at Meydan in the second half of last season. He draws a tad wide here and has to carry the 62 kilos, but comes in on from a times basis with some nice form heading into this event. Number 14 is Little Raven, former Dennis O'Brien runner, now with Mohammed Al Shamsi. Oscar Chavez will do the riding here. 3 wins from 13 starts and steps out for its first run for the year. Here's El Deja. Silvestre de Souza and Masaba El Mahiri combine here. 1900 metre race last start at Meydan on the 8th of March here. Was 3rd in behind Arabian Tail. Not bad form heading into this, but looking to having to carry the big weight here. He's certainly one of the winning hopes. And our last runner, Classic City. Ernst Ortel does the training and owns this runner. Marcelino Rodriguez jumps on board. He was beaten 20 lengths last time out to the races, but should improve off the run. That's our runners. They head down to the start here for the final race of 7.
Time for the 7th and final Best Turnout Award of the night. Again, presented by PHI Advertising. 650 dirham to the winning groom, Nasim Ahmed. Well done to Tolmount, the horse, and the groom in the main as well, Nasim Ahmed, taking home 650 dirham. Our thanks to two cool boys, Mikael and Martial, presenting the award. I thought it said good initially, but better to be cool than good. That's the most important thing. Well done to them. And our thanks to Mr. Ali Issa presenting the awards, to Nasim Ahmed And once again, our thanks for supporting the Best Turnout Award to PHI Advertising. All right, who's going to win the lucky last then? That is Nasser Asker's horse on the way down. And those famous colours you can see. That's Al-Daja. Sylvester de Souza riding for Musabra Al-Neri. Son of Warfront, who's 3 from 23 in his career, including a win on the turf at Abu Dhabi. Warfronts don't always love the dirt. They can be more turf horses. This horse having another go on it, having not been far behind Arabian Tail last time. That form didn't get the chance to work out earlier on because Arabian Tail fluffed the start, and it was game over from the gates. Maputo is a Shamadal. Shamadal, versatile sire, obviously no longer with us when it comes to dirt and turf. Maputo lines up for Tiger Shea and Bupat Sima. He was last seen back at the start of March at Jebel Ali. Prior to that was behind Lion's Mane, a good way behind him. The falling mark is what is going to be the key to Maputo. He's only 5, and more realistic mark-wise of 61. Now this is Izaj. He's not beautifully drawn. It's Pat's pick. Pat, of course, selected the winner of the last race, which only went to prove that form is temporary, class is permanent, and he's selected Izaj out of 14 here. The last winner over the mile came from 13, so it's not impossible. Conor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamash. I, of course, will be hoping that Al Maroon wins. Is a daughter of Awesome again. I always call her a boy, but she's not. She's a girl, and she'll come out of stall number 6. She's been a winner over 1400 before, ahead of a few starts back. She was behind Al Jaddaf a good few starts ago. I think that's a decent level of form. For all it didn't work out for him ideally earlier on, he faded in the straight. But she's pretty consistent. She's pretty good early on in the season, and well, Bupat Sima had a 1-2 a couple of races ago. Feet out of the irons for Bernardo Pinheiro on Tall Mount. Tall Mount, who lines up for Salem bin Gadaya. Wasn't too far behind Mount Kosciuszko. Well, actually was quite a way behind Mount Kosciuszko. But the key being that he's had a go now, and that might well put him spot on here. He's 3 from 29 in his career. Handles this surface. Obviously, he's a Dubawi. Come out of stall number 12. Obviously quite a hot horse because Bernardo's got his feet out the irons for as long as possible. He wears cheek pieces and the shadow roll. Endossa is a son of Street Sense. Now, he's one of the 3-year-olds in here, rising 4-year-old. Danny Todd Hope rides for Salman Al Sabri. First go out here, but is bred for it. So there would be hope. Never easy, though, I don't think. First go of the year, first go on the surface. Right, loading process is underway. There they are in the chute. And race time for this is 9:10, so not too far away. Pat, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Looking forward to the final race of the evening. A shortened program here with only the 7 races, but it was great to have in between the ERA awards presented there at the halfway mark of the card. Here's Al-Daja loading away. Coming up into line here for Sylvester de Souza. A couple of these certainly feeling a bit of the heat here early in the prep. There was a few going around a little sweaty. Al Maroon, the mare, she's handling it very well. Loading away for Pat Cosgrave. Toll Mount comes up into line. And that'll leave only 3 or 4. Chief Scribe. Here's Izaj. Still looking for that elusive first win, but very good behind Naya in his final run last season. Little Raven, as you can see, a bit hot and flustered. Now in the care of Mohammed Al Shamsi, former Al Asal runner. And here is Classic City, who loads away, set to go for the final race over the mile. Away they go. Tolmount was first to show with Al Maroom, Chief Scribe, important role, sooled up into a forward spot, and Izaj continues to press on out wide. From Little Raven, Maputo, then came Classic City, Sensatiable. Next was Nature Watch from Aldasia, and the last one, Endosa. So out of the chute they come and onto the course proper, past the 1200 metres. It's Tolmount who leads them. Backs it off a shade here. Important Roll comes up to his girth in second. Third was Little Raven. 3 deep at the moment without cover, Izaj. Not getting a good time of it down the back here early in the race. Then came Chief Scribe, Al Maroom. Maputo's going to get onto the back of Izaj here. Classic City tracks him. Then came Aldasia up to fourth, the last from Sensatiable, Endosa, and the last one, Nature Watch, drops out to the end. So Tolmount tries to give them the slip here, past the 750. Important Roll was next. Izaj coasting up though. He's been 3 wide, but he's travelling very well at the moment. Maputo was next. Little Raven dropping back through the field, passed by Chief Scribe, Aldasia, Classic City. It's Tolmount the leader from Izaj. Maputo off their back, coming around the turn 3 wide. Tolmount taken by Izaj. Maputo the outside, continuing to close. Aldasia was next, followed by Important Roll. It's Maputo up in front here from Tolmount. Keeping on, tracking on is Izaj from Aldasia. It's up in front, Maputo from Tolmount. Then came Aldasia. Izaj dropping away to fourth. It's Tolmount who's got another breath of wind here in the late stages. Tolmount digging up underneath Maputo. Tolmount goes on to win the last. Tolmount beats home Maputo just from Aldasia, who closed off. It's going to be Izaj in for fourth from Classic City. Then came next over was Al Maroom from Endosa, Chief Scribe, Important Roll, Sensatiable, Little Raven, and the last one home dropping away at the 800 metre mark was Nature Watch. Tolmount, another best in the yard, gets the job done in the last race. Bernardo Pinheiro picks up his first win for the season from Salah bin Gadaya. Aldasia has flown home. He might have snagged second in the end there, and he has. Aldasia gets home over Maputo for second. Maputo third, and fourth will go to Izaj, who just sat 3 deep there, and his run unfortunately came to an end in the final stages, as to be expected, but travelled very well till the 300 metre mark. Tolmount victorious in the last, numbers 6, 5, 13 and 2.
Yeah, he had to be really tough to battle back Tolmount, because he came out of 12, he got to the front when being rushed up. You just feel like Maputo came there to win his race and just hasn't seen it out. First start of the season, maybe he's blown up a touch, but he was in front, and then the winner has battled back. That time, incidentally, a couple of seconds slower than that which Imperial Emperor came back in. I think the more you look at Imperial Emperor, you've got to be really positive about that time, because you know, for all it was a couple of seconds outside the track record, fine, it was a couple of seconds quicker than that. Yeah, he's a better horse, but that reflects well on Imperial Emperor. And Tolmount, well, just had to really dig deep, and you know, Bernardo Pinheiro had to use up a lot of horse to get to the front, but he's found plenty late on, and Maputo loomed up and just didn't quite see it out, unfortunately. I thought yeah, it was Izaj, wasn't it, who ran a good race in the Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al Sabusi colours. He was wider than ideal, and that's probably just cost him a little bit late on, but otherwise that was a nice run from him. And the winner gets a slap down the neck from Bernardo Pinheiro. He had his feet out the irons for a while beforehand. He was a horse that wanted to be on the speed. That came to pass because he got to the front, had to lose up a lot of horse to do so. This is the point when Maputo comes to claim him, and he's in front. But Tolmount, it's not easy to battle back on the dirt, because you're often slowing anyway. You're not often quickening on this surface late on, but the winner has battled back to claim Maputo. Tolmount, your winner.
Unofficial numbers for race number 7, 6-5, 13 and 2. 6-5, 13, 2. Toll Mount, your winner, time 1:39.37. Margins 2 1/4 by a short head. 6-5, 13, 2.
Well done to Bernardo, waving some fans in the crowd. Our man in the all blue is back again in his usual spot. 7th and final winner of the night, Toll Mount.
I had to walk to take the lead. No, the other one passed me in the straight, took one leg in front, to sweep the wheel from the left and then came back. All right, thank you. Still was going to well done, really. Yes, I had to. Take this. Inside, he wouldn't win this. I used him too much early. Here, I think keep the mile. He can go further. He's a stayer. Yeah, 1009 can go, but mile is best. Okay, but if we know the conditional book, if no many options, 19 won't be a problem. Okay? Nice. Nice. Never give up. That's what. Nice. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Bernardo Pinheiro just weighing in. Bernardo Pinheiro on his breeches, BP on his boots. Wonder if they were a hand-me-down from Brendan Powell. Probably not. How are you? Well done. Huge congratulations, Bernardo. And I thought a lovely performance from the horse because he battled back, and that's not always easy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, especially in this track, it's I think not easy. You know, he's an older horse, experience. He just ran last week. He had run a nice third. You know, I believe our horses are improving with the first run up. I just glad to be part of this new team. You know, I have to thank Starling, you know, and the whole team. They worked very hard, and I just one more part of this. And again, I'm glad to be on board. The horse ran a super. No, we was a bit worried with the starting gate 12. He's a front runner, but he breaks so well. I have to use him early, but once I took the lead, he was able to beef. The other horse passed me in the top of the straight. I swept the whip for the left, and the horse never gave up. You know, he came back well for the line.
We saw you with your feet out the irons before the race. Is he quite a hot horse? Is he, you know, he wants to go and get on with it, does he? And you're just trying to keep him relaxed beforehand.
Yeah, you know, as I said, he's an old horse. You know what to do. You know, he's fresh. He ran last week, so he was more than that for the race. I just managed to keep him relaxed, breathe as much as I could, and save for the end.
I feel like you've had a good few seasons out here now, like a real established rider out here. What are your hopes for the season?
You know, I have to thank God for everything I have through here since I arrived, you know. If you see my season still from 2017, once I first stepped here in UAE, I never speak a word in English. Nobody know me. I was just a boy, teenager, and season by season I grow in number of winners, in group winners, in riders in the Carnival. This year, you know, I'm expecting a good season. You know, I step up as a first jockey for Salim Bin. That's a much pleasure for me, and I will keep working hard to do my best.
Bernardo, huge congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
And correct weight is announced in the last 6'5", 13'2", correct weight, race 7.
The 7th and final presentation of the night, that the Emirates Sky Cargo Handicap, won in excellent, hardy fashion by Toll Mount. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Khalid Mohammed Al-Hinai, the Vice President Cargo Commercial Operations. He'll be presenting the award on behalf of the winning owner, Mr. Hamid Rashid Gadaya. Please welcome to the stage this man, Mr. Motez Amira.
you always be certified ready.
All right, fourth and final, Faces at the Races, your chance to win 500 dirham. This is how an Australian commentator says Faces at the Races. Faces at the Races! That's Rishi Pasadis, that is. Very good. He'll be here in 2 weeks, don't worry. And you'll be happy about that, sir. Big smile for you. Please, big smile. Otherwise, yes, there we go. It's all about making people smile, and you and your big gold horse have won 500 dirham. Head to the rewards centre, concourse 3, level 1, and you can collect your 500 dirham prize. Thank you for playing Faces at the Races. Well, that's it for night one at Meydan. Can hear the music coming out of trackside by Magettigan. There's going to be lots of fun up there, so don't go anywhere. Pat Comerford will come down to join me to have a look back at what's been a really good night, and some really nice performances, in particular, I think, by one of the milers. But I don't know, standouts to me, I thought Garbul was really good. Great selection from you, and Imperial Emperor as well.
Yeah, look, Imperial Emperor looks a nice horse. Garbul especially, I think, considering that that's his debut run, you know, the upside that he's going to get from that. I mean, and as you heard from Ben Cohen after the race, he's just learning every single time. He said he felt him learn so much more in the run, you know, getting in between runners and just what it's like to be in a race. So no knock on the second horse as well, Al Sail. I think he had to do a lot more work during the middle stages. I think both are nice horses with plenty of upside. As you mentioned, Imperial Emperor. Look, Arabian Tail I think is a hard luck story. I think there's plenty of hard luck stories tonight. I mean, the wide draws, apart from Garboul and Al Sail, who just cleared away, I think they were probably a little bit of a class above the rest. There was the wide draws really screwed the chances of quite a few horses tonight. So I think there's plenty of horses. If you go back and dissect those 7 races, I reckon you could pick up at least 8 to 10 horses that are complete and utter forgives, and once they draw a decent gate, we'll see them back to their best.
And Imperial Emperor came out at 13. He was one to overcome that travelling wide, but the time was good in comparison to the last race, 2 seconds quicker. I think they'll be aiming quite high with that horse.
I hope so.
And that's what you want. And that's the sort of rejig Carnival. You want to see horses early on who can kick on through the season. So he could well be one to do that. What did you make of the 2-year-old, Awab?
Yeah, look, Awab was good. It wasn't certainly how I expected the 2-year-old race to go. I mean, Awab was one of the horses that we were expecting an okay run from. He had a very quiet time of it in his trial. It was an interesting race in regards to the fact that probably didn't see the turn of foot that we expected from Diamond Dealer, considering that he didn't have it too hard up in front. And look, Sir Harmony was a bit of an upset, I think, in the race, in the fact that he just showed tonight that we were wondering what was he going to be like when he was given his head and sort of put under pressure, and it just turns out he's just a big baby and he's got plenty to learn. So I think back to the drawing board with him. I think he'll grow into a nice horse, but this is the thing with these 2-year-olds, they're coming out and essentially a lot of them don't really know what they're doing, and hopefully you're just sort of in the hope that they will come out and run well.
Yeah, I think we'll see plenty more in a couple of weeks' time when you rejoin us for night 2 at Meydan. That's the 22nd of November. We've got the Dubai Creek Mile, so the first of the Pattern Company races. Listed race Dubai Creek Mile is the feature on the cards in a couple of weeks' time. We'll see you there. You're busy in between?
Look, we've got a decent week of racing. Jebel Ali back again next week for a second meeting, but we're back racing tomorrow night as well with Abu Dhabi. Big notification with Abu Dhabi, the fact that the President's Cup has now increased its prize pool. Now 8 million dirham up for grabs there for that feature race at the end of the year, basically making it the richest Arabian race in the world.
There you go. Pat will be there. We'll see you again in 2 weeks' time. Good night.